Good evening. I would like to call this March 19th, 2024 School Board regular meeting to order. The time is now 6 p.m. The school board would like to take a moment to acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional lands of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education and a safe, supportive environment so that all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Colonel Cole, would you please lead us in the pledge? Ms. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Lopez?
Here.
Colonel Alvarado is excused. Colonel Cole?
Here.
Mr. Burgess?
Here.
Mrs. Burnett?
Here.
Mr. Dorn?
Here.
Ms. Maple?
Here.
Ms. Maradi?
Here.
Mrs. Sanderson is excused. Mrs. Hardy?
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
The next item on our agenda is the recognition of the ASAA First National Bank of Alaska 2024 World Declamation State Championships. The ASA First National Bank of Alaska 2024 World Language Declamation State Champions will be recognized. Miss Eileen Julian of Ben Eielson Junior Senior High, teacher and World Language Declamation coach, will make the presentation.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Julian. I have had the pleasure and privilege of teaching at Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School. For 28 years, and 26 of those I've taught Spanish and French out there. And I want to point out we have brought home state winners all of those years. A lot of first place, a lot of second, a lot of third, but we have won more than any other high school in this district and more than any other high school in the state. We have a strong program because we're a small school, because I teach these kids in English class and in history. And if they need a pencil in history class, they have to ask in Spanish. And if they want to go to the bathroom during my English class, they have to ask in Spanish. So, you know, they get a lot of practice speaking, and so they are the best speakers in the state, and I'm very proud of them. So, I'm going to call my Spanish 1 winners up first. Jason Perez, come up. So her first place, not her only, her first place win was in cultural trivia, where she studied everything about the geography, the history, the science, the sports winners, you name it. She can tell you the height of the tallest mountain in South America. She knows all of the trivia facts and got a first place award. So her second first place win was after drawing a topic out of an envelope and talking for almost 2 minutes on that topic, completely in Spanish, and being judged on her grammar, her pronunciation, her range of vocabulary, and staying on topic. And she also got a first place for that. And then she and a partner had to draw a topic. So, Delilah Mashef, come on down. Stand right here. So they drew a topic out of an envelope and had to speak for almost 2 minutes, and again, were judged on their grammar, their pronunciation, staying on topic, and first place winners for the state. We also won in poetry. My student for poetry, Olivia Donner, couldn't be here this evening, but she memorized 2 poems, and her rendition of them was extremely moving, extremely emotional, perfectly pronounced, and beautiful. So Olivia Donner won first place for poetry. So we got all the first place wins for Spanish 1 in the state. and we got most of the the second and third place wins as well. Spanish 2. Did I not hand you your dialogue? There you go. Spanish 2, 2 of my students tied for first place. So, first, Molly Gray, come on down. Your sheet is missing, but I'm going to have you hold Olivia's for now. Tying with Michael Evans, come on down. They competed in trivia, again, memorizing everything about the culture, the history, the traditions, the foods, famous Latinos in the arts, you name it, they know it. So first place winners for the state. And then, come on down, Kate Duran. Kate drew a topic out of an envelope and talked for about 2.5 minutes. Again, with perfect grammar, perfect pronunciation, you name it, she stayed completely on topic and beat everyone in the state. And then we have a Spanish 3, and that's Melanie McBride. Come on down. She got a first place for the trivia. That's the knowing everything in terms of geography and history. And she's also an excellent speaker. So, as I said, we have won more awards than any other high school in the state for 26 years. Thank you. West Valley students for Chinese also won 2 first place awards. One, Zoe Chen for Chinese 2 dialogue, partnered with Alina Zhu. And McNeil Wallace won a first place Chinese cultural trivia. If parents want to take a quick photo? Okay.
We are going to move the recognition of our amazing academic decathlon state champions to a later board meeting. They were unable to attend tonight. So the next item on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Here. Consent items marked with an asterisk are considered routine and not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Question concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. Give Ms. Richardson a minute. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote on the adoption?
I'll do the
Wait,
motion.
we need the motion. Sorry.
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second?
Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote on the adoption of the agenda?
Colonel Cole,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
The next item on our agenda is public comments on reports and non-agenda items. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comment on the non-agenda topics. This time is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will make note of topics, though no official action will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not be responding to comments or questions made by the public, but may ask questions of the speaker for clarifying purposes only. Concerned citizens should initially discuss matters with the superintendent or designee first. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, then they may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office and route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time that the item is introduced for action and/or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the school board office by 4 p.m. the day of the meeting and to sign up for public testimony. Those who have signed up in advance will be called upon first, and if time remains, anyone else who is in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. Public testimony will be heard from citizens in the order in which they have signed up. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom prior to the start of the meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last name, and state their area of residence. For this section, we only have one pre-signed up testimony, and that is Ms. April Smith joining us via Zoom.
Hello, my name is April Smith, Smith, and I reside in North Pole. There's many things I could speak about tonight after listening to the 7-hour budget meeting. I'd like to thank you all for reading my email as noted during your meeting. But today, I'd just like to really question and express my disappointment in why the board continues to try to devalue the best homeschool program, and why the members of the board, some of you who have been there for many years and have heard the same things I've heard over and over, explaining how very revenue increasing that program is. Yet last night I heard mothball Nordale, move that program, reduce that program, cut their teachers, cut their tutor. Why do those kids even need a tutor? Why do those 1,024 kids even need one little ESSA tutor? It's just so disheartening and disappointing that you cannot see that what you should be doing is adding $100,000 to the program budget for Best Homeschool so that every bus in town has Best Homeschool ads instead of Raven, and every YouTube channel has a Best Homeschool ad instead of whatever garbage is on there now, because we're offering the best program in town with our jewel program there at Nordale, and the public should know about it. And you should be advertising it because it is the one way that you can actually raise revenue for the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next item on our agenda is our Borough Assembly report. Mayor Bryce Ward will provide the Assembly report for us tonight. Please bear with me tonight. I am a little high up there. Mr. Ward, I'm going to ask you to sit back down because I didn't close public testimony, and I'm trying, guys. I promise. But I fully accept when I mess up. Is there anyone in the room? I have one person signed up. I promise I'll get better. Ms. Gail McBride, and then after that, we will definitely take anyone who would like to come up to testify. I am so sorry. Let me remind you, though, that this is on non-agenda items. So the budget is an agenda item, and school closure is an agenda item. So this would be anything outside of things that are actual agenda items. Okay, so
I'm not sure that this is then considered a non-agenda item. You're doing a resolution on libraries?
that would be an agenda item.
Okay, so then you'll call public testimony for that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll wait on that.
No worries. Is there anyone in the room that would like to provide testimony on a non-agenda item? So unrelated to resolutions, the budget, or school closure? Please come up.
I'm not sure if it's a agenda item or not.
We'll figure it out as we go.
So, yes, I don't have a seat.
Yeah.
My
you
name
wanna-
is Lisa Scott, SCOTT from Fairbanks, and I've been in the district since 2001. I've been working kitchens and custodial. And my questions, I have a lot of questions. Need a lot of answers to why are we financing homeschooling programs? Why are we doing the other school, whichever school that is, oh my goodness, I can't think of it. They're charter schools.
Okay.
Why are we funding charter schools? They're not a public school. They're for kids who want to be in different schools than the public schools. Why are we even funding them? Why are we funding things that we shut down a school and now we're using it? We're still using the same building, you know? And I get where we do shut down schools because there's not enough kids in the school. I understand. And I agree with that. We can fill our other schools up more and schools that are falling apart. And so, but yeah, that's my only concerns are why are we funding all these schools that we should not have to be funding?
Unfortunately, we can't answer questions,
That's fine.
but we will see if there's other ways that we can provide those answers later on. in the
Okay.
meeting. Thank you so much for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to provide testimony on non-agenda items? Seen, no.
I would just like to say that one of my students is here tonight that had called in, emailed in saying that she wanted to testify. And she is all prepared to testify. She is a fifth grader from Arctic Light, and I really hope that you will let her testify.
We absolutely will. No question, everyone is welcome to testify when that comes up in the agenda, including students.
So there, we'll have the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, I know I'm not supposed to answer questions, but that one seemed like one we could answer real fast. Seeing no other testimony on non-agenda items, I am going to close public testimony and now go to the Borough Assembly report by Mayor Ward.
Thank you and good evening. I did provide a written letter to you. Hopefully you all have a copy of that. I'm just going to read a couple of the excerpts of that for your discussion tonight. I urge you to develop your budget that takes into account the most likely funding scenarios. As we heard from the state yesterday, that's certainly not set at the statewide level. I think it's reasonable to expect something along the lines of $60 million in local contribution and a $340 increase to the BSA from the state of Alaska. As aptly said by Colonel Cole yesterday in your discussions, it's imperative to chart a course that constructs a bridge between where we expect our funding to be and then where we are hoping to go, or where you're hoping to go in the objectives as you've outlined. I think it's critical to articulate all of the priorities and potential budgetary packages that are likely to be considered by the Board of Education, pending the adoption of the state and the borough budgets. I think by doing so, we can effectively communicate to the community the programs and services that may be at risk and the potential consequences if adequate funding is not secured. Failure to do this, to clearly communicate this to the public, failure to clearly convey the full implications of a budget shortfall could have far-reaching implications to the community. I urge you to work collaboratively and proactively to develop a budget that prioritizes the needs of the students while being cognizant of the financial constraints that we all face. Together, we can navigate these uncertain times and ensure that the education system remains resilient and capable of providing quality education to all. And I'm happy to answer questions, and I very much appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
Mr. Doran.
If you can. Regarding the borough contribution, I know you're working also on your budget, and I appreciate this conversation because we need to be working together. Is that $60 million figure the one that you're anticipating putting in your recommended budget or proposed budget?
Good question. So I do a full release on April 3rd. We'll do a state of the borough and an update on the budget. I think for your discussions and deliberations tonight, what I would expect is to look at numbers based on what was provided last year. That was $54 million. It gets a little bit complicated because $50 million of that last year was taxed, $4 million was supplemental. So as we look to the future, obviously there's discussions about how we raise those additional revenues. But I would say if you were to build a bridge or a package, I would use the baseline numbers from last year, which was $54 million from local contribution and that $340 from the state additional to the BSA.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, and just in terms of the 340, when you're settling on that or suggesting that number, your conversations, the best that you have with legislators, the governor, any insights into what the state might be looking at?
If I had a crystal ball, I'm not sure if I'd be the mayor, but you know.
Fair enough.
I've definitely heard that. I think a base of where we were last year for statewide allocation is where people feel very confident. I think the question is there any type of appetite from the legislature to actually bring something forward that is approvable and veto-proof, essentially, that would make its way to the district and the local level? So I think 340 is a very solid number. I don't know what it looks like beyond that.
And I have one more question.
Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
Okay. The other one, as you know, obviously we're looking at possibilities, closing schools, raising PTR. Just to get a borough perspective, considerations as when we close schools, it impacts our whole borough, impacts our neighborhoods and the borough operation itself. Any words of wisdom that you might offer us as we consider this in terms of from the borough's perspective? If we close a school, it goes back to the borough. What impacts there? Just anything that we should at least have in mind as we make tough choices given budget pressures?
I would say from the administration's perspective, I can't speak for the assembly, but if you return a school to the borough and identify that it's no longer necessary to keep that school, I would say expect it to be removed from the rolls. So we have 2 schools currently that were returned back to the borough. We have one of those we've repurposed. The other one we're working with the Air Force to hopefully make a transfer of. I would say any other facilities, expect that they would not be turned, that they would be either disposed of or disposed of is probably the right term for that. So Obviously, there's implications when it comes to the bonding that's provided for various different schools across the district, and certainly the implications to the neighborhoods that those are impacted on, or that they're impacted if there was a closure. But I would say, from an operational perspective, don't expect to get the schools back if you return them to the borough.
Thank you.
I have a question, not seeing anyone else. How would the success or failure of the tax cap being raised affect your projections on funding for the district?
As I mentioned, the Borough Assembly taxed for $50 million last year. In order to increase that without reductions in other departments, it would be very difficult to get to 60 million without an increase in the cap. That being said, it's absolutely a discussion of priorities, and there's certainly discussions about how that could happen, how that could play out at the Borough Assembly level. Obviously, that's not, I think, anyone's desired outcome for the Assembly or for the school board. But it would be difficult to hit that level of funding if it were not, if there was not an increase in the tax cap.
Mr. Doran?
Just in terms of the borough and the future, and again, the crystal ball, I guess, when we call it, in terms of the borough's community planning and such, as you look at data, where do you see the future of our borough going? We're looking at growth factors, declines, as best we know. We know things change on a regular basis, but just that view of the next 5-10 years for the borough.
So the borough engaged in a regional growth study with the announcement of the F-35 coming to Eielson Air Force Base a number of years ago. I think it was probably 6 years ago now. What that showed was that over the last 20 years, the primary area of growth in the Fairbanks North Star Borough was the North Pole area, kind of Badger Road, kind of north or east and west, as well as the Salcha area. And that was certainly something that we saw with the F-35 program as it came to town. What that did do for the aggregate number of residents within the Fairbanks North Star Borough is it staved off any losses that we were seeing from other areas, particularly West Fairbanks. We saw a pretty significant decline in population over the last decade. A lot of that, I think, is attributed to reductions at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, statewide reductions across the board for other departments and divisions. A lot of folks tended to be from the Fairbanks or the West Fairbanks type area. So we've certainly seen reductions kind of west of town, and then we've seen more growth, I would say, east of Fairbanks in the North Pole area. I think that's slated to continue to carry. We see a lot of capacity, if you will, from a land perspective in the North Pole area. There's also discussions of additional growth at Eielson with the KC-135 or the KC-46 mission. So I think when we look to the future, that's where we expect to see growth. We also do have a substantial amount of sprawl that continues to happen across the borough, but that generally helps in some of our densities, but not large dollar or large population increases.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Ms. Burnett?
Thank you, President Hardy. First off, thank you, Mayor Ward, for coming down here today and having this discussion. Much appreciated, and I think it's absolutely much needed. My question to you is, so there has been question about this 13 million that's been sitting, that has been found, that you guys may have in the coffers, and your comment about if we didn't, with the election, if that didn't succeed, it would be difficult. Would that, any part of that 13 million not be able to be used for the district then? Is that correct, my understanding?
Yeah, so certainly there's been discussion about the lapse, a mix of lapse and then unbudgeted revenue from the prior fiscal year. And so as we go through our year-end audit, much like the school board does, we have an analysis of where we didn't spend money in departments and then where we brought in additional revenue that we didn't budget for. So lapse isn't really the right term for it. It's money that was above and beyond the target reserve. So that is certainly available for appropriation by the Borough Assembly. I think as we look at the current or the upcoming FY25 budget, we look at previous budgets. Fund balance has been used to do a number of different things. It's provided for projects. It's generally used for a whole variety of things. What we would typically not recommend doing is using that for operational expenses because it's essentially one-time money. Much of the discussion we talk about with education has unfortunately been one-time money. So I would say that that is certainly something that is possible. I think there's a quote going around that I've said, you can balance the budget. You can absolutely balance the budget using fund balance. It is highly irresponsible to use fund balance to balance your budget because it is not sustainable in the long run. But in the light of where we're at today, that is a possibility. The concern that I would have for the school board and for the assembly is that it makes a very difficult cliff for you to address next year. I'm not going to be the mayor next year, and so you set up your next administration for a very difficult conversation.
I've got another one for you. Speaking to that concern, would you feel that it would be mitigated by a strong strategic plan that recognized that we would have to make significant budget reductions to live within a lower revenue the following year?
So I think it is imperative that the school board have conversations about sustainability. This has been one of the things I've talked with previous superintendents, with your CFO about is there's got to be a better way to budget when it comes to the school district. And unfortunately, the largest player and the largest participant in this is the state, and they've been very unreliable. Well, they've been very reliable of being unreliable. So it is imperative that we do all that we can do and that you do what you can do. And I think a strategic planning effort would be very wise.
Mr. Doran.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation that you put together that in terms of local contribution spanning about the last 10 years, but that you presented for our joint meeting between the Assembly and the school board and then subsequently some other meetings. But I know there was a lot of work that went in that and it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
No other questions. I'm going to end, just making sure, with a comment of gratitude as well. And specifically, you early on, before we even began the budget, in a meeting with Mr. DeGraw and Dr. Miner and myself, explained the RLC, actually a little bit before that, at a kids voting meeting, to me for the first time this year. And your knowledge and expertise in that area is so far ahead the rest of the state. And then the way that you've been able to inform and start that discussion is so valuable. And I encourage our community to reach out to Mayor Ward, have him talk about it, reach out to me. It was something that both bodies, so the Borough Assembly and the school board, put in our legislative priorities as something that needs to be fixed for the future of Fairbanks to get us off this merry-go-round. And so this is a good opportunity to tell our public, you need to learn and understand what the required local contribution is, and that it is a tax that we are paying that other people in our state do not pay. And that is why we are a big part of why we are where we are today in education funding and property taxes. Thank you so much, Mayor Ward.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is our board committee reports. I do know Mr. Doran has one, so we will start with him, and then other board members are welcome to raise your hands, and we will move to you.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to give a quick report on the budget committee. We had our last meeting on February 22nd to take a look at the proposed budget from the administration and to get their committee stakeholders' perspective on it and some things that we should keep in mind. And so you do have some notes in your agenda packet. The group came to a consensus on two priorities. PTR would be the number one priority for any add back as we look at the recommended budget, and that kindergarten aides should not be reduced. They should be maintained at status quo. There were a number of other points, and we made sure that they're here. I want to thank Michelle Nielsen, who took the notes on this and put them together, because though we didn't come to consensus on the other items, bulleted points, there are a lot of different thoughts that are behind that, and that they prompt for thinking not only for this budget cycle, but even in the future. And so we wanted to make sure we captured those. Some people thinking out of the box, some people, people coming to some agreement across, but as I said, we didn't get to full consensus. And a short meeting, about an hour and a half, well, actually, it was about 2 hours, to get into the depth of each of the points would have been very difficult, but they did want to get ideas out on the table and to share them with the board. And also in response to the board's comments earlier when we gave a preliminary report before the proposed budget came out, that board members asked, we wanted to hear some specifics. And so we wanted to capture some of those specifics that were shared at the table by the budget committee. And I just really want to finish by saying thank you to all the members of the budget committee. They really came, they were prepared. They looked at the proposed budget. They looked at a lot of different aspects, recognizing that this is a very difficult time. And so, and financially, and certainly all of us shared the hope that the state will show some reliability and stability in investing in public education. But that's my report from the committee.
Ms. Burnett.
Thank you. Not a big one, just a little one as a reminder. So we moved our parental engagement committee meeting this month to the 28th. And we did that as our original meeting was on the 27th. And that night is the Playworks Family Night at Ryan. And so the parental engagement committee is actually going to join in on the Playworks night there at Ryan. And then we'll have our meeting on Thursday just to kind of go over what we learned while we were there. Was introduced as some great programs, and I can't wait to check it out. I can't wait for our engagement committee to check it out. So we're taking a field trip, and we're really excited. Our meeting is on the 28th, 5:30 to 7.
Are there any other committee reports? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the same question I asked last time. Are there any open seats on any committees that need to be filled at this time? Ms. Maple.
I have 2 open ESSA seats on the policy committee.
Ms. Burnett.
Same.
Sorry, getting people's last names. Ms. Maradi.
Same.
Okay. Mr. Doran.
Okay, we have one there, but I did want to just make a general pitch, especially the budget committee is sort of done, although we have talked about coming back together if we need to, but really want to put a pitch out there for next year. We start early and often, and in that planning, and so I want to just encourage people to consider applying for the budget committee.
That brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the president's report. Want to start out with probably today's been a hard day, but a highlight was someone from our community invited the board to come out and see the Eielson and Tannenall volleyball game today, and I was able to make it a little bit before this meeting. And so I was able to watch the boys volleyball, and it's great to get to see kids doing things they love, and you could clearly tell both teams love. I was a Tannenall grad myself, but I still had stake in the game for both. I didn't get to watch to see how it finished, but way to go, guys. And there was one student that just kept taking digger after digger, and that was impressive. Your knees are not going to thank you tomorrow. Um, the next bit is thank you to all of you. Our community, man, did you show up for this budget season. And I've been sitting in your chairs. I've been through this from both sides now. And we've had over 8 hours of testimony in public meetings. We've had 2 separate community forums that were extremely well attended. We've had rallies outside both of them. We've had hundreds of emails, and I can say we read those, and I tried to reply to as many as I could. We have had hundreds of submissions to the Balancing Act tool. I am so proud of the effort our community put into. I had one email I read, somebody said they spent 30 hours preparing the document they sent us, and it was like a 5-page report. It is so clear that our community cares about our schools, that our community loves our neighborhood schools, and that the narrative that they are failing is dead wrong. Our schools need funding. Our schools are starving, and the state has neglected to take care of a constitutional mandate to adequately fund our schools. And that is why this meeting today is so heart-wrenching. So thank you. You did your part, and the next piece of it is thank you to this board. We sat through hours and hours of meetings, and I can tell us we did it willingly, and we did it with joy in our heart. Well, not joy, but we did it for our community with the service mindset of being leaders. I never once had a board member say maybe we should cut off public testimony. We absolutely wanted to hear every last word you had to say. We have engaged in a very difficult process, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of you and our administrative team. This is not fun, and a lot of you will probably leave here a little angry and disappointed, and those are valid feelings. They are absolutely valid. I'm going to leave here tonight angry and disappointed. I want to thank the legislators that had courage to stand up for our most valuable resource Alaska has, our children. In our interior delegation, Representative Carrick, Representative Dybert, Senator Bishop, Senator Kawasaki, and Representative Stapp. And that last name is significant. That last name is someone who was willing to buck the status quo and stand up for our kids because it was the right thing to do, even with enormous pressure to do otherwise. So to Will Stapp, if you're listening, thank you. You showed us what a real leader can be, and I am so appreciative for that. To the other representatives, Representative Tomaszewski, Senator Myers, Representative Kronk, and I slightly give Representative Prax a pass because he didn't vote for it to begin with, so at least you stood by your vote. I am so utterly disappointed. Fairbanks deserved better. You are part of our community, and we were clear what we needed, and you let us all down. And I've heard rumors, and mind you, they're rumors, so newspapers in the audience, I'm fully aware, and don't quote me on it, that you might have sold us down the river for a $70,000 campaign donation. I hope it was worth it. There's not a whole lot more I can say. I am sorry that the rest of this meeting is necessary. I am sorry that this is going to have to happen. You deserved better. We will stand by our votes, and we'll own them, And I know that's really hard for each and every one of us. And know that those votes came with tremendous amount of care and thoughtfulness in trying to find a better way. The next item on the agenda is our superintendent's report.
Well, thank you, President Hardy, and certainly a heavy evening. I will try to give a fairly comprehensive report and then touch on the budget at the end. We are entering March Madness. We've clearly saw that down at the legislator level, but want to talk about March Madness with basketball. So congrats and good luck to our Fairbanks team who are participating in the state basketball tournament this week. The North Pole girls kick off play tomorrow morning against Colony. Our Hutchinson boys play Mount Edgecombe tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. And West Valley boys face Thunder Mountain tomorrow afternoon at 3:15. I know our student athletes will represent us well, and I wish them good luck at the state tournament. We're also running a March Madness substitute teacher and support staff incentive. I've talked with the board about this in the past, and happy to say that this incentive program is working. The program's been a positive influence with the overall substitute fill rate increasing by 5% compared to the year-to-date average for all vacancies and absences and 10% for all teacher vacancies. And so March is historically a tough month for us for teacher openings. There's a lot going on around spring break, March Madness, and then some teacher training that we have coming up. And so a huge thank you to the subs that are stepping into these vacant positions every day and continuing the education for our students. I'd like to thank the Fairbanks Native Association for inviting me to their annual meeting last week. I was very honored to have the opportunity to give an update in relationship to the partnership the school district has with the Fairbanks Native Association. They play a critical role in providing us guidance in the hiring process for leaders within the district. We have a great partnership with them in many of the other areas, such as Reads Act support and the day-to-day support of our students. I'd also like to congratulate Mr. Steve Guinness, their executive director, on his upcoming retirement. It was amazing to be in attendance at that annual meeting and see what an influence he's had on the Fairbanks Native Association and Fairbanks in general. So congratulations to Mr. Guinness. Our K-5 teachers throughout the district will be participating in a reading professional development opportunity this week. Lexi Demaratsky, who previously conducted a successful literacy professional development with a small group of educators back in November. It received incredible positive feedback, and we're bringing her back to meet with a larger group of teachers to continue to help our literacy efforts. And so thank you to Mr. Chainbeam and his team for setting that up, and looking forward to being with teachers this week for the professional development opportunities that they'll have in this very room. Today was Reach for the Star Day in the district, as students throughout the district took the AK Star practice test to help prepare for the upcoming state assessments. The upcoming state assessments are kicking off the week of March 25th for middle school students, April 1st for high school, April 8th for elementary students, and then makeups throughout that window for the appropriate grade bands. The Teaching and Learning Department is seeking community feedback on textbook materials in the following areas: music, Spanish, environmental science, marine science, 612 English language learners, and career technical education. You can visit the curriculum library in this building on the fourth floor from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. This week to review the sample materials. So I encourage you to do so. Your feedback is very valuable in the process, and so please come by, given you now know where the location of those materials. I I did want to answer some of the questions that came before us in terms of public testimony today, in terms of why the Board of Education funds charter schools and funds our correspondence program. And so charter schools and our Best Homeschool programs are public schools within the state of Alaska. The board has very little influence or ability to change the charter school budgets. Those are set out in their charter. They get a direct allocation to them, and the board does not set those budgets for the charter schools. The head teachers or principals work with their APC, and those must fall in line with the charter agreement that they have with the district, but that is not a part of the normal budgeting process for the district. In terms of BEST, there's been quite a few conversations about Best Homeschool throughout this budget process. BEST is our largest school within the district. Because of the way that BEST is funded and the lean staffing model we have for our Best Homeschool program, it is a revenue generator for the school district, and that revenue that BEST brings in does offset general fund expenditures for the rest of the district. And so while there might be questions around why we allocate staffing to it, it does provide benefit for the rest of the district to ensure that we can provide an excellent education for our students throughout the district. The Interior Science Fair is happening this week. I want to congratulate all students who qualified for that. The event is taking place at Pioneer Park starting tomorrow with public viewing of projects on Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And there are over 450 entries from Fairbanks youth. So go and check that out. I'd like to also thank our FMD staff and our Assistant Director of FMD for their awesome work at Ladd and Barnett. My day was bookended with plumbing issues, and just want to thank their team for the continued hard work that they do day in and day out to ensure that we have safe and secure facilities, and your work doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you to the crews that worked on both of those emergencies that popped up today. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to Senator Click Bishop, Senator Kawasaki, Representative Carrick, Dibert, and Stapp for standing by your votes for SB 140 and attempting to override the governor's veto. I also want to thank the community for continuing to engage in the recommended budget process and your continued advocacy to fund education at an adequate level. The turnout at our community forum in North Pole last week was excellent, and I appreciate having the opportunity to connect with our parents and community members and having the opportunity to sit down and have authentic conversations. It's really difficult throughout the budget process. A lot of times we get questions either via email or at the testimony table, and we don't always get a chance to have those conversations and answer the questions that are before us. And so I've found a lot of value in being able to meet people and build relationships through those community forums. And so thank you to those folks that have come out to those and participated. The only way we're going to continue to solve any of these complex issues is together, and I'm proud of Fairbanks. We're standing together. I feel so honored to be working alongside this extremely talented board and a supportive community. Tonight's deliberation by the board are undoubtedly difficult as they are compelled to make incredibly tough decisions due to the state's inadequate support for education funding. The cuts being considered tonight will have far-reaching consequences, and for that, I want to apologize in advance to our students and families, as you definitely deserve better. I understand that we're all exhausted and eager to put this budget season behind us, but it is imperative that we continue our advocacy efforts. It can't stop today. Our collective perseverance is crucial in ensuring that education receives the support it deserves, both at the state and local levels. Please continue to reach out to your legislators and ask them to provide targeted funding for transportation, correspondence programs, and READS Act implementation, and a permanent increase to the base student allocation. Our work is not done. Let's keep moving forward together, and I believe the positive impact all of us can make on the lives of each and every student in our district. So thank you. Open to questions from the board.
I'm not seeing any questions tonight. leads us to our next item under new business. We have Resolution 2024-18, recognizing the month of the military child. May I have a motion?
Move to approve Resolution 2024-18, recognizing the month of the military child.
Second.
Resolution 2024-18 recognizes April 2024 as the month of the military child throughout the district and encourages staff, students, parents, community members, districts, and military leaders to observe the month of celebration with celebrations, lessons, guest speakers, and other activities that honor, support, and thank our military children and the family members who care for them. And Colonel Cole, would you read the resolution?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education Resolution 2024-18, recognizing Month of the Military Child. Whereas first proclaimed in 1986, April is the month of the military child, an opportunity to pay tribute and recognize the contributions, sacrifices, and unique struggles children of military service members selflessly make in support of the United States Armed Forces. And whereas recognizing when a parent or guardian serves in the military, their children are also serving, and it is important to honor and celebrate our military's youngest heroes. And whereas the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District is proud to serve children whose parents and guardians serve in the military and are stationed on military installations within the Fairbanks North Star Borough. And whereas by ensuring military children are safe and supported in our schools and community, our men and women in uniform can focus on the challenges and missions they face in the line of duty. And whereas acknowledging the role the district plays in providing an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so military and all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society from anywhere in the world. And whereas the physical, social, and emotional well-being of children and military families is essential to their success, and the month of the military child is an opportunity to remember children's roles in strengthening the military family, and strong, resilient military children are essential to the success of the military's mission. And whereas, in support of military child and youth, it is highly encouraged for schools in the community to participate in Purple Up for military kids on April 19th, 2024, to show support and thank military children for their strength and sacrifices. And whereas military children and youth are a source of pride and honor, it is only fitting we take time to recognize their contributions, celebrate their spirit, and let our men and women in uniform know that while they are taking care of us, we are taking care of their children and youth. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education designates April 2024 as the month of the military child throughout the district and encourages staff, students, parents, community members, and district, community, and military leaders to observe the month with celebrations, lessons, guest speakers, and other activities that honor, support, and thank our military children and the family members who care for them.
Thank you, Colonel Cole. I do not have anyone signed up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to provide testimony on this resolution? You can come up, state your first name, spell your last name, and give your general area of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Sandra Woodward, W-O-O-D, W-A-R-D, and my area of residence is Solcha. I think that sounds like a really good thing that the school board wants to do. But the whole time I was hearing it and how wonderful we think the military are, and we want to support their children, I guess my question is, are we supporting their children by closing Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School? That was one of the things that just seemed like it just didn't make much sense to go through all that and then turn around and close their school. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience? Oh, thank you for your testimony. But is there anyone else in the audience? Sorry. Seeing none, public comment on this resolution is closed. Are there comments from the board? Mr. Doran?
I just want to voice my support for, not only for the resolution, but for the military, both the installations that we have in our community, and how much I've appreciated when I was a principal at Denali for quite some time, that we had some military children and their parents. There were a number of different deployments that were involved with that, but when they came back, the impact on classrooms when they came to have lunch with their child, that presence, that connection, the military influence there, I thought was very, very uplifting. And I want to thank those parents as military parents really supporting their child and then expanding that to their classmates. And I think this recognition that we do each year is really important to remind us of the importance of those connections and relationships throughout our community.
Is there any other board comment? I will put myself in the queue. I wholeheartedly support this resolution. I don't love the timing. Acknowledged. I am a military mom. My children have had, before they were old enough to remember, deal with their dad deploying to Afghanistan. The sacrifice our children make is real. And so since I have a microphone, and I know they often turn this on with their dad at home, thank you, Connor, and thank you, Helen. I love you both. And I appreciate how much you sacrifice in letting your dad do what he does. Mr. Doran.
I'm sorry to come back to this, but it just really struck me that we're very privileged when we talk about a military child. Not quite a child, a young adult, but with Mr. Lopez sitting here, and we have had several student reps who have come from military families, and I think that is significant to recognize also at this time. So, as well as the 2 advisory military members for our committee or for our board, their commitment to our communities over the years is just really, really notable. And so I want to say thank you.
Scene, I agree. Thank you, Raul. You are such an asset to our board. Seeing none, public comment is already closed. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote on the resolution?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Cole,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Ms. Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you, motion carried.
The next item on our agenda is Resolution 2024-19, celebrating School Library Month. May I have a motion?
Move to approve Resolution 2024-19, celebrating School Library Month.
Resolution 2020.
Second.
Oh. Thank you. Do we second? Okay. Resolution 2024-19 recognizes April 2024 as School Library Month throughout the district and community and encourages district administration, staff, students, parents, community members, and the military and community and military leaders to observe the month with celebrations, lessons, and other activities that honor and support and thank our library staff. Ms. Burnett, would you read the resolution?
Yes. Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education Resolution 2024-19, celebrating School Library Month. Whereas the function of the school library is to ensure that students and staff are effective users of ideas and information. And whereas the district library coordinator, librarians, and library associates each contribute to providing the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure that the school library is an integral part of the instructional program of the school. And whereas the library assistants at each of our secondary schools provide vital support for the day-to-day operation of a center that fosters the exploration of our students aspiring to military service, the trades, and college. And whereas librarians are more than just keepers of books, they are educators, guides, and champions of intellectual freedom and work with students to develop research skills, promote critical thinking, and instill a passion for learning. And whereas the library staff in each school teach the skills of locating and using information through traditional resources and new technologies, provide literature appreciation activities, and guide and encourage content and recreational reading to every student. And whereas lifelong learning begins and is systemically developed through the school library curriculum of the elementary and secondary schools. And whereas in the digital age, librarians are at the forefront of teaching information literacy and digital citizenship. They help students navigate the vast sea of online information, teaching them how to evaluate sources for credibility and reliability. And whereas acknowledging the unique role the library plays in providing an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. And whereas the library staff of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District have dedicated themselves to work for quality school libraries that contribute to the individual growth and development of all students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education celebrates April 2024 as School Library Month throughout the district and encourages district administration, staff, students, parents, community members, and community and military leaders to observe the month with celebrations, lessons, and other activities that honor, support, and thank our library staff.
We do have one pre-signed up testimony. Would Jim Hamister come up? Thank you.
Jim Hameister, Hameister, Fairbanks, Alaska. Good evening, President Hardy, board members, Dr. Meinert, directors, administrators, members of the public. School Library Month has been an April event since 1985, when the American Association of School Libraries collected ideas to share for celebrating librarians and their libraries as a coordinated national campaign. In this district, while library directors and coordinators in the past have informally encouraged activities surrounding School Library Month, I don't recall formal recognition previous to the proposed resolution on tonight's agenda. With that in mind, I urge the board to pass the resolution to celebrate the work and worth of our own library staff. I've been involved with student and educator support through library work for 35 years. More than 23 of that as an ESSA member with this school district. I see a real need, now more than ever, for the Board of Education to give a formal word of support and encouragement to our library staff. These are the individuals that, at the elementary level, see every student. They operate a learning center that is open to and supportive of every student and staff member, whatever their background. Our secondary staff provide that same supportive learning environment to both students and staff, with the additional expectation of professional peer-to-peer collaboration. Our librarians, in whatever position they work, are true professionals that teach research skills, critical thinking, and the discernment necessary to navigate our digital world. It's not just about the books. These are also the individuals that are frequently called upon to address every challenge with balance, poise, and creativity, whether it's a library-related problem or not. From providing substitute coverage to student device management and connectivity support and more. These are the folks called upon to get the job done, and they do time and again. Our libraries have been and continue to be places of learning, support, collaboration, and exploration. The most valuable part of any library isn't the books, it's the librarian. Our library staff have been and continue to be relentless advocates for student achievement. Thank you. Does the board have any questions?
I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to provide testimony? One?
My name is Gail McBride, McBride, and I live in Fairbanks. And true enough, we all love libraries and we all love books. And so I'd like to support all of the good things that were said in the resolution. But I've been searching the school libraries, and I haven't searched all of them, but our libraries are tainted. They are all of the wonderful things about the books and the wonderful things they do for young people. They are tainted with pornography and very objectionable materials. So far, I have found at least 24 of these books just in West Valley. I haven't finished my searches. Excerpts from these books are very disturbing. Across the country, this has been addressed, and these are some of those same books. This is not a comprehensive list that I've used. And while listening to Mr. Bream at a luncheon about the process for challenging books and apparently it's the district policy for the protection that parents have for their students is the parental responsibility. And that is, tell your student, don't check out the porn. As I have considered that, it's been actually insulting to me that that is what is offered to parents as protection. To tell your teenage children, don't go to your school library and check out the pornography, which we all know that even if they don't check it out, as I've asked my granddaughter, they all know it's there and they all talk about it and they hear it and see it in the hallways. So there are no protections, but hopefully we'll begin working on the arduous process of challenging these books. But I hope that the board will take it upon themselves to begin to protect the children. In closing, I just would like to read one short sentence. Pornography is known to be used by those who sell children for sex to prepare them to be raped and molested without resistance. And I'm sad on such a wonderful thing as the libraries to have to bring that to our attention, but I think that it has to be brought to the community and the school board's attention. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak to this resolution? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. Is there anyone on the board who would like to provide comment? Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I am very glad to support this, and I'm glad that it was brought forward to the board. I'm very mindful of what librarians do on a regular basis. Certainly, while I was a principal, I could see them on an everyday basis, visiting schools as a board member, going into libraries, and each one has their own flavor and uniqueness to their community of students. And the different activities that they do, with story dioramas and plays and just a whole variety of things that they get students involved in, and the time they take to work with individual students and parents to guide reading choices and to find things of interest and to help them out. And then the backup support that they give to classrooms in collecting books for research projects, working with teachers to plan ahead for that. Or if a student just says, hey, I'd like to find out more about this topic, they have really gone above and beyond. That they have continued, I've watched librarian after librarian after librarian who has pursued further training and in different areas in order to do a better job within the school and to offer things beyond just the library room itself. And I would be remiss if I didn't also include the librarians that often work in the background. Mr. Hammeister, I had occasion to call upon him as he was working here in support of the librarians out in our district throughout the schools. They are incredibly important as well to the whole thing. And the last thing I'm just going to end with is the way that libraries, whether it be during recess at the elementary level or during lunch times at the high school level, are often gathering places for students. And when we talk about building positive relationships between adults and young people, young students, they are so key to the educational environment that we want for our students. And so it's with great pleasure I will be supporting this resolution.
Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to throw my support behind this resolution. I often say that the library is my favorite room in a school building. That is the case in every school building that I've visited here in our district. And I very much value the I very much value the work that our library associates do. Someone's leaning on the lights.
Mood lighting.
We'll just wait for that to resolve. Okay. So I've had the great pleasure and privilege to interact with many of our elementary school library associates, librarians, by virtue of my participation with the Guys Read and Gals Read programs. And it's so impressive to go into those schools and see how well the librarians know the students. They often know the name of every student, not only the name of every student in the building, but what those kids are reading today. And their interests, and they'll help them to find the books that they're interested in. And as Mr. Dorn said, host activities. They're essential to our school environments. And so I really am pleased to be able to support this for the first time, I guess. It makes me very proud to be on the first board to approve this resolution. Thank you.
Not seeing anyone else, I'm going to put myself in the queue. I am likewise very excited to support this resolution. And I would like to add an extra thanks to Mr. Hammeister. I think I got it right this time. He was the one who brought this resolution forward for our attention. And I think it is very needed and something I hope future boards pass. I have also had time recently in a lot of our school libraries as part of Guys, Gals Read. So I got to spend time out at Anderson and Crawford a couple different times with the librarian there, and I believe that's Miss Henry. And phenomenal. The care put in to those libraries is amazing. I also got to spend time out at Arctic Light. You can tell I had post access is how I ended up with the schools I got, and that is Miss Zybrel, related to the amazing principal at Denali. And then also I spent one day at Barnett, and I don't remember, because it was just the one time, that librarian's name, but that is them giving of their lunch periods for the time to enrich these students' lives. And then I grew up in this district. I remember my school librarian at Joy, which is now closed, and that would be Michelle Hawkins. And I think a lot of people in this community know that name. And she changed my life. I didn't learn to read till I was in 5th grade. We talk about Alaska Reads Act. I am dyslexic. I'm also autistic. And the reason I'm sitting here today and I'm the person that I am, that is thanks to our public school system and amazing educators that never gave up on me and always saw the value in me. And Michelle Hawkins was one of those people. I did battle the books even though I couldn't read. That takes effort on a teacher's part to include you. I want to thank, then I went on to be a teacher, and the school that I worked at Hunter, the teacher is someone who helped me while I was growing up too, Miss Nikki Eisman, another phenomenal librarian in this community who has done amazing things and continues to. And then I also went on to teach at Tananall, and the librarian there who gave up of her time to have our gang of misfits that are middle schoolers spend their lunch periods in that library, and just made them feel comfortable in that school, is Tana Martin. And I could go on and on. Our district has benefited from the expertise of so many amazing librarians who make our schools what they are. They're library associates. There's Miss Zion out at Pearl Creek, who is my own students. There are so many. So if your name isn't mentioned, it's not because you're not amazing. This resolution is worth it, and it's long, long overdue. So thank you to our librarians who really changed the lives of our students. Mr. Doran?
I just think that it's also a very opportune time that Mayor Ward is here. I mean, in the sense that this is not only our libraries within our school district, but the partnership with the Borough Library is really, really key. And we are all looking forward to the renovated Noween to open. But I think that is key because our school librarians and the borough librarians cooperate on a lot of different things, and especially for the summer reading programs. So I think broadening out this recognition is for those who contribute not only within our district and directly to our students, but to our community and to all our young people and old people. That is really, really important. And they do a great job in making sure there is quality literature, quality information there, and that it is, and that it's appropriate. And I think they really need a pat on the back.
Ms. Maple?
I just wanted to say a quick thank you to our librarians that, especially at the middle and high school level, that often find themselves the target of concern about what they might keep in their libraries. And just want to thank you for sticking it out and sticking it through and making sure that you have a diverse array of literature to offer to your students, and making sure that our kids are able to find themselves in your libraries. So thank you.
Seeing no further comment, Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Colonel Cole,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
At this time, I have a request for a 5-minute recess. So I'm going to honor that and give ourselves 5 minutes. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. I have had a request from a board member to reorder our agenda items and move agenda item 4 before agenda item 3. And I'm willing to do that as a board without objection. Seeing none. Ms. Burnett, clarifying question?
Just a clarifying question. The way I understood it was to do our budget, we needed to make that decision for the budgetary piece. Is that correct?
So I did seek clarification because that's what I thought as well. And no, we can make those decisions and then make that after. We just have to have a clear, separate motion to close a school.
So we can work through the budget and then do that next. Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, again, point of clarification is during the budget approval, we can make motions through without that. And the closure of schools is going to be a major part of that approval of a budget. So if we make a motion within that, it's actually an amendment, would be an amendment to the proposed budget. That would take care of that. It would supplant that. The item number 3.
To the administration.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, Mr. Doran. It's my understanding that the Department of Education would require a clear action item for the board after the approval of the recommended budget. So you would need to take that procedural vote next.
Okay, so it basically is a confirmation, an affirmation of our budget action.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no objection, we are reordering the agenda. And so the next item on our agenda is number 4, approval of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District's fiscal year 25 recommended budget. May I have a motion?
Move to approve the FY25 Fairbanks North Star Borough School District recommended budget.
Second.
The next item will be public comment. And since we reordered the agenda, I want people to know that since we are kind of rolling the school closure conversation into this, that if you were on the school closure list, you will come up during this time as well, so that you have the opportunity to speak and have that testimony before the board considers anything. All right. So our first person on the agenda, and I'm going to start with that school closure list, is Ms. April Smith, and she is participating via Zoom.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. It's so complicated participating by Zoom when you're not where you need to be for things like this. My name is April Smith, SMITH, and I reside in North Pole. I listened to all 7 hours of the meeting last night, and what I heard was don't close schools, don't cut custodians, don't increase class sizes, basically just pretend we don't have any problems and wish for money to rain from the sky, or more appropriately, from the borough. Cut maintenance, but keep more buildings to maintain. Constantly talking about wanting to be kind to people, but no talk about doing difficult work. I would like to avoid hard work, is what I kept hearing, disguised as wait for strategic planning. But what you really mean is you would like to avoid reality and kick the can. I heard we need more time and more talk. This was part of the plan. It was talked about during the last round of closures, and those who listened and heard more than my school is closing know that's true. I'm here to ask you all to do what Representative Stapp did. He went against a great number of the people who campaigned for him and did what he knew needed done. He stood in the face of a hard decision and made a hard choice to do what was best for long-term public education financial health. I fight today and fought that fight the whole time I was on the board, so often going against the demands of my friends and the people who supported me to do what was right for education. And that's exactly what I asked you to do tonight. I ask you to remember the budget is not just about today. It's about long-term solutions to long-term change in demographics in our community. You have an oath to the financial health of this district, and it's time to close schools, to reduce inefficiencies, and to build excellent learning environments with smaller class sizes in the schools that are left. It's time for you to do the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Diana Lionberger, and she is also on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh my goodness, this is the first time testifying for Zoom, so I'm trying to get it together here. Hello, my name is Diana Leinberger, and I live in the Goldstream Valley, and my daughter goes to Pearl Creek. My last name is spelled Leinberger. After jumping into this with both feet, testifying at legislative finance meetings, school board meetings, borough assembly meetings, attending the public forum, writing letters, sending emails, making phone calls, listening to hours of recorded meetings, and reviewing documents, I'm really at a loss for what to say this evening, but I'm compelled to keep speaking up. It's my opinion that the budget process was too short and that I think we need more time. And I'm not asking that we kick the can down the road. I'm just asking for time to understand. I'm still lost. I've been playing catch up from the moment we got the February 7 email regarding the budget. And I realize now this shouldn't have been a surprise to me. I acknowledge that. I should have been involved much sooner, but I'm here now. I fully understand there's a $29 million deficit that must be addressed, and that it's due to reduced enrollment, a failure by state government to fund education, as I would continue to argue, is a constitutional requirement. And I also acknowledge that the borough in the past has not provided the full local contribution. I do not believe the school district has mismanaged money. I think that's an easy accusation for a complex problem. I thought once I educated myself, I could make some educated comments, some suggestions, but I'm just confused. And that's as far as I got on my written comments. So I am a little frustrated in the process, and I wish we had more time. I know the school district and the board has seen this coming and been working on this for quite some time. But if you're a member of the public who wasn't paying attention before, we got an email on February 7th saying it doesn't look good and we're going to have to close schools and we're going to have increased class sizes. And that's when I started getting involved, and I just can't catch up. I realize we elected the school board to make these decisions, so there's no expectation that I understand every line item in the budget. But due to these challenging decisions you have to make, I wanted to understand. So I didn't finish getting my comments organized, so I'm just going to close it up because I don't even know how much time I have. But I want to thank the school board for your hard work. Oh my goodness. You guys campaigned and got elected to do this job, and that is amazing.
But that's time.
So, I don't have anything else to say, but thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have in person Kieran Kaufman.
Hi, my name is Kieran Kaufman. Kaufman spelled Kauffman, and I live off of Chena Hot Springs Road. For those of you that have not yet met me in the public, and if you don't remember me, I am the music teacher at Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School. And the last time I was here to talk, I gave, my thoughts and opinions and on reasons why I thought that this school should stay open. I would like to start my testimony today by just expressing my frustration as a teacher in the district. When I graduated high school in Anchorage, Alaska, I was joined by many of my friends in high school in pursuing a degree in education out of state. Of my peers who decided to go out of state to pursue higher education in a degree in education, I'm the only one who came back to Alaska. I came to teach in Alaska because I recognized the talent of our students, of our musical students. I came back to Alaska because I recognize how amazing music can be up here. And I came to Alaska to build a musical program that would be a peer with any that you could find in the lower 48. And Eielson was that program for me. When I came in the summer to Eielson, when I was hired, it was a program that was struggling. And I feel like the work that I have been able to do this year and the progress that the students have made has been absolutely admirable. I want to continue doing that work, but I can't do that work. I can't teach my students if there's always the shadow of a school closure. I can't make plans for the future if I don't know if my school is going to be open next year. In November, I made plans with the director of the band at West Anchorage High School in Anchorage, Alaska, to participate in a program exchange. In the fall of 2024, this would have involved the West Anchorage High School band coming up to visit us, play a joint concert, and allow our students to get to visit and see some of their colleagues in music that they might not otherwise get to see. Unfortunately, now we are looking at that educational opportunity being just gone. Next year marks the 50th anniversary of Eielson football. To celebrate, I have been making plans, even before we found out about the news of school closures, to bring back the marching band, to get out the maces again, and put together a concert celebrating the 50 years of music since Eielson started. Unfortunately, that is probably not going to happen either. So I just want to express my frustration and my feeling that we can't do our jobs when we have this kind of closure looming over us. On May 7th, the band is planning on playing for the school board meeting, and I hope that it's not the last time we play. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for your service to the students of Eielson. Next, we have Miss Rita Trometer, and she is in person.
Rita Trometer, Trometter, North Pole. The past 12 months, I have been to Borough Assembly, School Board, and Town Hall meetings. Each have been a high discussion of finances at all levels of our borough. Our situation did not happen overnight. Every group of elected officials make decisions during their term of office that affect the final outcome of our community. Tonight, the main topic is school closures. We all know the main reason the schools close is a lack of funding, which resulted by a lack of students in the public system. It is not that we don't have the youth in the borough. It is that responsible adults have removed their students out of the public education for other options. During these meetings, it appears that there is always the same big elephant in the room that continues to grow, and get bigger and bigger and bigger, continuously sucking the oxygen out of the room. The more oxygen that leaves the room, the less students we have in the system. How did that elephant ever begin to grow? It was through the poor choices of the school board allowing the alphabet people to take over and make major family decisions. Families in our community do not appreciate or agree with the alternative lifestyles that we have been forced upon our children in the public system. DEI, CRT, the wokeness. Unfortunately, people from outside, especially the military families, come here hoping there is a good education in school system that has been present for many, many years in the past. They arrive and get disgruntled very quickly because what they are hearing is not here. False assumption. What is going to happen over the next 15, 20 years is what happened 20 to 30 years ago when young teenage girls were going to try to look like movie stars and became bulimic and anorexic, only to find out years later that it was a mental condition placed upon them by society. Now we are in a situation group of people enticing our young children to pose as animals as well as opposite sex from what they were given at birth, may live between two genders as a trans. I am predicting that the youth of today will be looking for psychology to help continue in their years of life to come. This school district has placed a lot of social stresses on our youth. The parents and guardians of these children are finished and done with dealing with the indoctrination through mandated social pressures. The school board has placed their personal decisions into the students, and now the community as a whole is suffering. Schools need to close. For those of you who have no idea who I am a local parent that raised both of my children in this borough. The only degree that I have is a CS from UHK. I wish each person here and understanding why some schools need to close due to the past and the current decisions of the governing body. And if you are trying to look up and see what my credentials are, my degree is common sense from the University of Hard Knocks.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. Ruben McNeil, and he is online.
Yes, hello. My name is Ruben McNeil, McNeill. I live here in Fairbanks, and I wanted to voice my sad, heavy-hearted support for the closure of these two schools. I am a graduate of Ben Eielson High School in the early 90s, and it is truly with a heavy heart that we're considering closing this school. However, you know, I live in the real world, and I see failing schools. And why do I say that? Because simply parents have pulled students out of these schools and they've dropped them in these alternative forms of learning for a reason. You can argue the reason, but it doesn't obscure the fact that they did. And we cannot continue to fund half-filled schools with staff, with maintenance dollars. It makes absolutely no sense. I mean, I look back at COVID. I call it the scamdemic. And I look at what happened to schools, and I don't even have a kid in school, but I watched this stuff. And I saw entities like this, the teachers' unions advocating heavily to pull kids out of schools and do this online learning, which was a joke. Kids fell behind, you know, nobody seemed to care about that. You know, a couple graduations go by, kids out of school. When they do come back to school, you know, they have these rules, and in some cases they have to wear masks, and parents saw all this and they reacted and they pulled kids. And these kids, there's not asses in the schools, pardon my language. And I think the board and the administrators are understand what needs to happen here. And I believe they're going to do it. And yeah, it sucks, folks, but this is the way it is. All right. I didn't have much more than that. I did want to thank Melissa for addressing the question to the mayor about the $13 million lost dollars, and the fact that that can be used, even though it's kind of a one-time deal. I believe April Smith commented about best homeschools and the revenue generator that is for the general fund. That makes just absolute sense to me. And I feel bad for the parents that depend on these public schools, but sometimes you just gotta buck up and do what has to be done. You know, We did have a veto that did not override. I was actually in support of that veto. I think that we need to nurture these alternative forms of learning with the charter schools and whatnot. I think the governor has taken a hard stand, and I respect it. And so, yeah, you guys are going to do the right thing.
I'm
and
sorry
it's going to
that
be
is
tough.
time.
There's going to be tears. And that's all I wanted to
Sir.
say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have online Miss Elizabeth Slane.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, okay, thank you. I haven't done this type of testimony before. Good evening. Thanks for your work serving on our school board. My name is Elizabeth Slane, and I live in the University Hills area. For the 11th consecutive year, more people moved out of Alaska than moved into the state. Alaska's new estimated population is 736,800, which is below what it was in 2012. This figure was recently published the week of January 22nd, 2024, by the Alaska Department of Labor. It's clear families are leaving Alaska. The outmigration we're seeing, coupled with local students opting out of attending our local schools and instead doing homeschooling or online school, have reduced our school enrollment pretty drastically. Fewer kids in school means fewer schools are needed. The idea of closing schools come from the school administration. They are saying that it is a reasonable and possible. It's reasonable and possible to close the recommended schools and run the district more efficiently. And they're asking this board for permission to do that. I strongly support the administration's proposal to close 2 schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Danielle Logan.
Good evening, President Hardy and members of the school board. For the record, my name is Danielle Logan, L-O-G-A-N, and I reside here in Fairbanks. And I have the honor of serving as the president. Throughout this whole budget cycle, you all know where I stand on outsourcing custodial. This has been a hill I am willing to die on. As I stayed up last night watching all 7 hours of the work session, I heard some great things. I heard some members say they would not outsource our custodians. I also heard that scenario B looked good and that our day custodians were imperative to keep the schools clean and running. All of our schools and all of our custodians are imperative. Our evening custodians work just as hard as our day custodians. They are there for the building rentals, after school activities, sports games, band and choir concerts. They are there when a student is locked in a dumpster, or locked in a closet or in a dumpster. Our evening custodians are there for their, you're not gonna find that with the contractor. I want to thank the board members for their hard work during this budget process. It hasn't been easy. I've listened to all the testimonies and I wouldn't be doing, you've done your due diligence as a board and looking at all of this. I wouldn't be doing mine if I wasn't sitting here advocating for our custodians as a president. Lastly, I would like to invite the public to vote on May 7th. It is imperative to keep our schools one other thing, I urge you not to outsource tonight because you cannot walk back contracting out custodians. You signed those contracts in April, you cannot walk back our custodians. And I can almost guarantee there will be a mass exit from our custodians if those contracts are signed. So we'd be without custodians till at the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have exhausted the list for people who have pre-signed up, so at this time, anyone in the audience is welcome to come up, state your first name, spell your last name, and you will have 3 minutes.
My name is Stephen Bonfoy. Last name is spelled Bonfoey. I'm a resident of North Pole and the head custodian at North Pole Elementary for the last 28 years. They talk about the difference between completely contracting out custodial and saving $2.4 million, or keeping the day custodians and saving $2.6 million because it would cost them more to have someone there during the day. The thing is, all those things that the day custodians do, there are certain things that are not done during the evening because they are specifically related to what students might be doing during the day. But all the extra type of work, the repairs, painting, carpet cleaning, all of those extra things are also done by the evening custodians. It does not just end when the day custodian goes home. Matsu, when they went with contractors, one of the issues they had during the 2-year period where they went with contractors was theft by the contractors. And I had the chance to talk to someone that was involved with the UAF after they went with contractors today. And he told me a story about how they were having a theft issue at UAF. And this was honestly the first I'd heard about it. But he said that it was bad enough that they were putting out bait money with cameras watching it to see what would happen. And one of the contractors stole a $5 bill. And on the basis of that, they got a search warrant. And they went to his residence and found $11,000 worth of missing material that they did not even know was gone to begin with. And that's just one contractor. And who knows how much he would have got away with if he had managed to resist taking that $5 bill that they planted. I've already had one teacher, actually more than one teacher, tell me that if they get contractors, that they do not want them in their classrooms. They want to know if they can keep their classroom locked and just clean it themselves in one case, because they don't want them in their classrooms. And there are other things, again, that the contractors will not do. We're only supposed to do what we are paid for, but like teachers, there's always more that we do. There was one incident many years ago, back when, before the key cards to get into the buildings, where our administrator, who at that time was supposed to collect keys from teachers at the end of the school year, had to actually depart before the end of the school year. So as part of his school closure checklist, he had to collect all the keys, so the teachers had no way to get into the building before school was even up for the year. And I went in on my own time on the weekend to let them in because they were still preparing for it.
Thank you for your testimony. If there's anyone else who would like to speak on the budget, this is your opportunity. What? I'll mention it.
Flora Roddy, R-O-D-D-Y. I live in Fairbanks. I am not prepared. I just came from book club. I had a very nice discussion. This is a horrible time of year. Everyone is upset, worried, will they have a job? Um, Contracting out custodial work is not a good thing. Um, they don't have the community that our custodians have at the schools. Our custodians are part of that school community. They see the students every day. They get to know the families of the students. They're mentors to the students. They may be coaches to the students. Even though some of the contractors might be a financial gain to me personally, being part of a native corporation, that might be one of the contractors that you choose to use. I do not think this is a good idea. The students make friends with these custodians, and sometimes they're the only people that keep them in school. Our custodians mean a lot to all students, to all staff. And I want to shout out to our governor, Mr. Dunleavy, if he's listening, that what he did by vetoing SB 140 is not bringing education forward. We are not making any strides forward. And to the other legislators who did not override that veto, just remember, elections are coming up and we need to vote for the people who are going to stand for what we believe in. We believe in public education. We believe in an excellent education for each and every student. And withholding funds for personal belief for public education is not bringing us forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else? I know there was an ELP student that was mentioned. This is the opportunity. If you just state your first name, spell your last name, and then you can start and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Isabella Aguilar, Aguilar. I'm in the 5th grade at Arctic Light Elementary. I'm here on behalf of ELP to talk about why ELP shouldn't be cut from the next academic year and how much ELP means to me and my classmates. Last year, my ELP teacher, Ms. Kaloji, testified for elementary ELP to be continued and has encouraged me and my classmates to do the same. It'd be a shame if some of my classmates and I went to a whole new school with all new teachers, classmates, classes, and schedules without ELP. One reason I love ELP so much is because it helps me and my classmates exercise and challenge our brains, learn new things, and encourages us to take a step or two out of our comfort zones. Without ELP, we wouldn't challenge ourselves as much. One reason to keep ELP in the budget for next year is ELP allows us to learn more at higher, more challenging levels with other kids at the same level as us. Another reason ELP shouldn't be cut from the next academic year is because it's very challenging, in my opinion, to get into ELP. First, you must score higher above average on the 8K STAR test or something similar. Secondly, you must get your parents' or guardians' permission to test for ELP. Thirdly, you have to work hard on the test to get into ELP. Fourth, you have to wait for the results to come back from the lower 48. Me and my friend tested during the same time period, but I've been part of ELP since just before winter break of the last academic year, and she tested again this year and got in this February. She and I are both really looking forward to going to ELP every week, and we're both really excited to continue our ELP experience when we go to middle school next year. We are both disappointed that ELP might not be an option next year, especially since we worked so hard to get into the program. ELP makes learning new things and challenging us to move outside of our comfort zone very fun and exciting. I normally don't speak up about things that I want, but I came here to show how important and how highly I think of ELP, to step this far out of what I'm comfortable with. Thank you for listening to what I've had to say. ELP really means a lot to me and my classmates, and I really hope that you take this into careful consideration and don't cut ELP from next year.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the room?
My name is Crystal Murphy, M-U-R-P-H-Y, and I live in North Pole. I'm a teacher at TIC. I teach kindergarten, so I have an aide, but I want to talk about, because I feel like the decision's already been made, Miss Marmee, our custodian in the daytime, because I don't think you guys realize how hard they work, especially in kindergarten. We have kids who still pee their pants, we have kids who puke, and whatever she is doing, she comes and takes care of it because it is a bodily fluid. She does snow removal in the morning, every morning. She is at our buses greeting kids every morning, and she knows exactly which kid is there and which kid is not there. And she knows which kids she needs to help in, which kids she needs to like be extra hard on. When our playground is icy after it snows, she goes out and she cleans it. She scrubs it off, all the snow, make sure there's no ice. And we've had times where we've had like, you can't go on the equipment, it's too icy. She's out there making sure they can go on it and they can play, so they're not just running in circles, which gets really boring for 30 minutes. We had a lot of clogged toilets. She fixes that. We need extra soap, paper towel, tissue. She does that. Our copier and laminator break, whatever, she fixes it faster than anybody from the district can. She's often there the whole like hour trying to get it going before someone can even come out, and we need those things. Our students, well, my students, they make her Christmas cards, they make her Valentine's Day cards, we make her a birthday card because they love her. After lunch, she empties our trash cans, which I don't know if you've taught kindergarten. It is very hard with a bunch of little kids running around, even with 2 people in there, to get the trash done, to get dressed to go out to recess, and then I have lunch right after that. She shovels our backside playground doors so kids can get out the doors. She wipes all the door handles and the walls still because she knows how germs pass very easily. When we order stuff, she brings our packages to our door so we don't have to go and carry them down because they're heavy. When she comes to my room, we do a lot of brain breaks where we take little dance breaks, and she comes in and she will stop for 30 seconds and do a dance with them, and the kids absolutely squeal. They love it. They want to go by her and dance with her. And her love for the kids is just amazing. She smiles at them, they love her, they give her a hug, they thank her every time she comes in because I make sure that they know, like, I can't do that. I can't leave you and go get something and come back. They really do a lot, and it very much is appreciated, and it is a huge weight lifted off of us to have custodians there the whole day to help us when we need stuff. If a kid pukes on the playground, we put cones around it, she goes out as soon as she can, cleans it up so they can use that part of the playground still. That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the room? Okay.
Carol Kalogie, North Pole, Cologie. I wasn't planning to testify tonight. I came to support my student. However, after last night's work session, I feel compelled to speak with you again. Dear school board members, the greater community, I was shocked and saddened during last night's work session. You recommended completely cutting all 8 elementary ELP positions, essentially gutting the elementary ELP program. Our students at the elementary level deserve better. In the past few years, elementary programs have taken a huge hit to include elementary band, orchestra, art, and now you are suggesting elementary ELP. So much of these students' self-esteem and personality is already developed by the time they get to middle school. ELP at the elementary level is crucial for these students to have a place to be with their like-minded peers through those crucial formative years. In my testimony on March 5th, I shared with you about an elementary student who completely turned his behavior around for the better as a result of getting tested, identified, and placed in ELP. I am grateful this program has made a course change for him and prevented his downward behavior trajectory. It is not my intent to pit elementary ELP against middle school ELP, because all these students deserve to have services. However, students at the middle school do not or do have many other options through electives, which our elementary students do not have. Some ELP students do not choose to take ELP as an elective because they have other electives they are interested in. Again, elementary students do not have band and orchestra since it was taken away. They do not have the benefits of the district art program, and now they could lose ELP. I implore you to please reconsider your recommendation to cut elementary ELP. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Maple, do you mind? We do have questions.
As an expert on the area, if cuts have to be made but not the entire department, what would you think would be, if we had a bare bones but retain something, what the bare minimum would be to retain in our schools? I know it's not an easy question, but.
It's not an easy question. All our students deserve to be served in ELP, so I can't say one over the other, and I won't do that.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Last call. Anybody? All right.
My name is Iris Sutton, Sutton. I wasn't going to testify tonight because I just wanted to be here in support of the board. But hearing about ELP is something that I feel strongly about. And I was never a student that could be in ELP. However, both of my children are. And they both enjoyed it in elementary school. And I think I agree with the last speaker that elementary ELP, I think, is, and I don't intend to say that middle school ELP should be cut, but elementary ELP, I think, provides something that is not provided in any other way. My child would be in band or orchestra next year if it was there, and he would probably participate in any other opportunities that are provided, but he loves ELP, and he just got into it this year. And so my daughter in junior high took ELP, but she had many other options too. And she decided not to do it again this year because she wanted to do other things. In junior high, I do think they have many more options that they don't have in elementary school. So that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else? Seeing none, public testimony on this item is now closed. Because this is not a simple procedural motion in any way, I'm going to propose what I think we should do, and then that is just a proposal, and the board is welcome to give input as they feel is necessary. My recommendation is that we use the balancing act tool and put it up with the assumptions, as Mayor Ward suggested, starting with a 54 local contribution and a 340 BSA. And then taking a page from Colonel Cole's book, we show our community what it costs to build an educationally sound budget at the different funding levels that we can assume. And so we can show our priorities and what we know is the absolute bare bones. This is where we stand, and keep going from there. And the ultimate budget that the board passes, we can work from that. Mr. Doran.
Okay, since you referenced Mayor Ward's letter, did you mean 54 or 60 from the borough?
He, in his talking to us, said start at 54, which is a little devastating, but like the revenue side, I feel at this point is we're going to build a budget and then look at the revenue it costs to support that budget, like Colonel Cole suggested, is my idea. So if the board would prefer to mark 60, I'm okay with that. That is at the board's discretion, and I'm open to comment. Mr. Doran.
So I think right now it's discussion as opposed to motion. Okay. I would suggest the 60 if we're going to assume the 340 from the state. There's a certain assumption there. And I think 60 is an appropriate assumption, starting point for the borough. If we do 54 from the borough, as a worst-case scenario, I think we should be looking at the worst-case scenario from the state, which is 0. And I think that's unrealistic. So I would go with the 60, 340 as a good balance between the two.
Ms. Maple.
I agree with Mr. Doran. I'd like to do 60, 340. I say that because I don't think when the time came I would ever entertain a budget at 54. So I'd rather start, given I wouldn't like to entertain that either, but I'd rather start at 60 and 340 if we could do that.
Was that Ms. Marati?
I just concur with Mr. Doran and Ms. Maple.
I think that's a majority, so we are safe to assume starting at 60 million as a local contribution. For the public, we're feeling our way through this, so bear with us. This is a new process for most of us. Mr. DeGraw.
With your permission, President Hardy, do you mind if I set the table for the public as well as new board members, talk a little bit about timeline and the process that we'll follow going forward? So we're gonna use the balancing act tool tonight to go over additional scenarios. We started that process last evening. Ms. Nielsen, Ms. Herbert, myself, we're beginning to incorporate into our budgeting software trends and things that we're seeing from dialogue and discussion from the board last evening, as well as going into this evening. And we're going to start moving things around based on that feedback and what we're hearing. So we're moving from the proposed budget, which administration presents to the board. The board owns the recommended budget, which we then submit to the borough by April 1st. And so needless to say, depending on the amount of changes from the proposed budget to the recommended budget, that can be a tall task, but we have some great folks that are working with myself and doing a lot of that legwork. So kind of we have this evening that hopefully we can get a lot accomplished, and then we have a tentative special meeting scheduled tomorrow. If we can get a lot of certainty from tonight, we could possibly have a short meeting tomorrow. My office will need time to, again, establish, consensus changes that the board gets to this evening. And, if the work were done this evening, we'd literally have to come back for 10 minutes tomorrow. If we still have some more work to do, hopefully there's a lot of movement tonight. Maybe we don't quite finish. And then there's a few, few items of movement tomorrow. My office could take a half an hour or 45 recess after it's finalized tomorrow, and we could come back with documents that the board uses to approve that recommended budget. I don't want to overpromise, but a 30-minute, 45-minute recess where we're dotting I's and crossing T's and moving things around. So I would highly recommend a lot of movement this evening, and that makes our work relatively simple or extremely quick tomorrow, one of those, but we could certainly finish by tomorrow. Aside from that, just for the public's edification, again, we have the balancing act tool up on the screen. The starting point here, just like last evening, will be the proposed budget, and then we'll entertain changes and build different scenarios. Again, it's the board's prerogative to do what they like. I would highly recommend we try to avoid amendments to amendments and things like that. Certainly it's at the wishes of the board, but that will make the work for Ms. Nielsen and myself much simpler if we can kind of keep an amendment and then go up or down and then move to the next one. So that would be much appreciated. So with that, we'll be ready to start talking. And so just to pick up where we left off, President Hardy, I've now illustrated in local revenue 60 million here on the left side. And then the state revenue is set at the 340 assumption that we have, that status quo to the proposed budget, the 340 that we have built in there at the state level revenue. Oh, and when's a good time? We made several updates based on the dialogue from last night. I can go through that as we get to each section or all at once at your pleasure. But while we're here at the revenue side, we did add the Alaska Reads Act potential addition on the revenue side in $500,000 increments. For context, the SB 40 amount was between $1 million and $1.1 million for the Reads Act amount based on current level student identification levels in the reading arena. So, but the big one there, 340, is assumed still. And then we have federal revenue status quo to proposed budget.
Ms. Maple.
I just want to make sure I understand the process that we intend to go through, that we're at this point not making amendments. We are discussing a budget that has the funding of 60 million and the 340 BSA, and then we will continue that discussion into a educationally sound budget and then move into a process of making amendments, voting, and deciding on what the final budget looks like. Am I following?
And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we need to do an official amendment for every single thing. If there's a general consensus, we don't have to have a board vote for every single change because we'll have an overall board vote. Yeah. But if there is disagreement among the board, then we will use an amendment process to a vote to settle that and have a majority, and that carries what we're putting forth. Ms. Maple.
And so at this point, are we looking for consensus, or are we creating a scenario that we will continue to revisit over the course of the evening?
Mr. DeGraw looks like he's got an answer.
My 2 cents for what it's worth, I think it could be both. Like as you're building a scenario and there's consensus, I think it's both, Ms. Maple, if that answers your question. We're doing a scenario, but we're also finding consensus on, what the board would desire in a recommended budget. And I would say, I see confusion, so I'm not answering your question. I apologize.
No.
While the board will entertain and has entertained and will continue to entertain multiple scenarios, obviously I'm stating the board's required to pass one budget. So that's why I say kind of both. If there's a scenario and there's consensus on an item, I would propose that you're doing both.
So theoretically,
sure.
Us having consensus as we move through this scenario with 60 million, if there's consensus that PTR is going to go up to 35 students, that is just consensus for that scenario and is not consensus that is the budget we are approving.
So my understanding where I'm going, because that's a very important point of clarification, is we are not going to adjust the revenue. We're going to let the deficit build to build an educationally sound budget like Colonel Cole suggested, and then we match the revenue to what we actually need for that educationally sound budget. And that allows our community, as we're building, to say, here are our values, here is what we're looking for. So in my own experience, when I played with the new tool, when it came out with these, that's what I did. And then it built up to an $11 million deficit, or slightly more by the time I realized I made a mistake. And then I went over and adjusted revenue, but discussing what it is we actually need and want, and our priorities and our values. And that can create through that process our cut list as well. So at some point, if we don't get that funding when we move up, there are cuts that we will have to make, right. And it's identifying what those cuts are.
think my final question. So, knowing that it's at 60, if I would not agree to a consensus that we raise PTR, knowing full well that it's going to put us into a deficit, this is still the time to stick by that. Okay, I
That
got
is
it.
correct.
Thank you very
Okay,
much. For
and then we're going to go to Mr. Doran, and then we're going to go to Ms. Burnett.
Okay, I just want to say that I appreciate the approach you're suggesting, that we not get caught up in amendment or motion by motion by motion to amend. At this stage, I think keeping in mind that we may need to on certain items later on before, but since a lot of these are interconnected, if we don't have the motions, we have the suggestions and kind of getting a sense of the group is more productive, so that if we need to, I'll just take PTR. Well, we want it at 25. What if we need to go to 26 to get to a balanced budget? We don't. If we've made a motion at 25, you have to go back for a reconsideration type of thing. So I just want to speak in terms of the value of what you are suggesting, keep it a little bit more open. And then if we need to make certain motions towards the end, then make them at that time to confirm things, which will then lead us to our last agenda item at some point. But I think they go in balance, so.
Ms. Burnett.
I think we're convoluting the process, and I would just really like to build the budget. And I think in this process, that's what we're doing. But I think we just need to focus on building the budget and getting everybody's stuff put in there, and then we build a list. I'm not sure why we didn't do this kind of like last year, where we just have the add back list, the takeaway list. I feel this is very convoluted, what we're trying to do. I appreciate what we're doing. I do, and I get it somewhat. It's very convoluted, and I would just like to build the budget, and I just wanted to say that. And then my second thing is I would like to request that we keep board member comments down about 5 minutes, just to keep the process going. I'm not trying to ridicule. We were here till 1 o'clock last night with a lot of conversations. So I think we can keep this going.
I appreciate that, and I am going to let the board know that I will move people along. I think we all kind of know around where we are, and so you can say your piece, and then we needed to know that we're not changing too many minds. We did that last night till 1 a.m. So with that, it sounded like Ms. Maple had something she wanted to start with.
Sure. I would like to keep PTR status quo.
Mr. Doran.
I am fully in favor of that. And I think that should be our starting point. It is a key factor that impacts kids. And I'll add comments later if necessary.
I think that's good. And I'm going to, in order to help the process, I will let you speak, Ms. Marati. For things that we can generally have a consensus on, if we keep our comments shorter, we can have time to have the discussion about things that might be more controversial. Ms. Marati.
Two things. I guess I want to first show my support for PTR. It's been surveyed by the community back in 2019 that it is a top priority. It's been testified that it's a top priority, and our budget committee has made it a top priority, which is full of stakeholders. So I support that. Second question, though, question is, if we're showing general consensus, do you need to hear from all of us in support of each thing, or is it more of an objection situation? If you object to that, speak up.
I think more of an objection, unless you really need to be on the record supporting something. I think otherwise, we said a lot about this stuff yesterday. So Mr. Doran, or not Mr. Doran, Mr. DeGraw, it looks like you might have already adjusted PTR across all grades.
Yes, I've adjusted elementary PTR back to 25, middle school PTR to 27, and high school PTR to 30. And those are current FY24 levels.
Thank you. Ms. Burnett.
I apologize for this one, but we are building a budget, and so I would like to reduce the ELP for FTE. Actually, I would like to reduce all but one for elementary.
So 4 were already reduced in the proposed budget.
And then 3 more on top of that.
Mr. Doran.
I do agree, and the only reason I want to particularly comment at this point is reiterating what I think a lot of people have heard, but need to keep in mind that we understand that none of these things are unnecessary, and that we would very much hope to create eventually that add back list, the priority list, if we get more revenue.
Ms. Maple.
Is it okay to go on to a next thing, or are we gonna?
I will say one thing and then we're ready to go on. I would also like to say ELP is high on my add back priority. So if we have somebody taking notes on that sense, that is the top. Mr. DeGraw.
Yeah, Ms. Nielsen will be taking copious notes as well as myself, as much as I can. I'm a bad note taker.
All right, Ms. Maple.
I'd like to reduce the two Barnett teachers.
Ms. Burnett.
Could we, for the time being, just take that to 1?
I am supportive of that as well. Don't want to jump over.
Thank you.
Because it's probably a good time to do it. I would like us to check the box for Alaska Reads, assuming the 500 that was in SB 140, and then check it to remove. I saw that's how you balanced it. And for the listening public, the reason this is in our tool and the way it looks that way is SB 140 included directed funding to be able to meet the mandate of the Alaska Reads Act. That bill did not pass, and next summer we do not have the funding. So this is to show our intent that if you give us the funding, we are happy to spend it on what you have intended it for. But the legislature needs to fund their mandates. Mr. DeGraw.
Just to clarify, President Hardy, 500,000 or $1 million. $1 million would reflect SB 140. Okay.
Whatever SB 140 was. Mr. Doran.
Okay. Question on that is, I may be wrong if the bill, and it depends, that bill's dead. So, but I thought the intent, it was a generic $500 per student on a RIP. It did not specifically target what it could be used for. So it could be used for, the program that we used to have, RTI, response to instruction, or walk to read supports or things of that sort. So that by adding it into the budget at this time, it's a kind of a generic, as opposed to, could help with keeping class sizes lower, as long as it's focused on that K3 RIP student. Am I correct on? I don't think there was a specific use for it, other than that it support.
Dr. Minor.
You're correct in terms of the language in SB 140, but I'll remind the board that the Alaska Reads Act does have language that requires school districts to provide outside of school intervention services as well as the summer intervention services. This year we have a grant to pay teachers and support staff to do that tutoring and the intervention services. Next year we do not have anything budgeted for that, and so it'd be my strong recommendation to the board that if that money came available to us, that we would use that for those required intervention services in the READS Act.
Okay, follow up.
Yes, Mr. Doran.
Then my concern is by adding that in right now for something that is not in our budget would be misleading. So I would keep it out for now because it's not funding anything in our budget.
Ms. Marati, then Ms. Maple.
Thank you. Through the chair, in response to what my fellow board member just said, I would just say that everything in here is potential. None of it's promised right now. So I support administration's addition to add this so that we can reflect it in the spending area as well. I did ask that 82,000 be added, and that was after a discussion I had with Mr. DeGraw and Dr. Meinert. This is budgeted under teaching and learning for assessments, and can be covered by the READS Act funding. So should we choose to use READS Act funding to cover that, then that opens up 82,000 in the general fund for other things that we might need. So that's why that's in there. It's under spending. It's in right after Barnett teachers under Alaska READS Act.
It should be on the screen, President Hardy.
That's okay.
Ms. Maple.
I think I do fully understand Mr. Doran's point that it could seem superfluous, but I think that the reason that I like to see it in here is that after the conversations that we had in Juneau, particularly with some of our representatives that did not vote in favor of the veto, override rather, was that they wanted, we just keep hearing over and over again that they want accountability and want targeted funding. And we kept saying back, okay, yes, okay, yes. And saying that we can operate in that way doesn't seem to be enough to get there to be acts out of our legislature that allow us to do that. So I want to show that we mean it when we say it, and that if you give us, as well, I don't even know who said it at this point, that if you give us $1 million for this, every penny is going to go towards this, that we will accept directed funding. We want, that's fine. Yes, it's easier for us to just make our own budget without, but if that's the way that we get funded, bring it on. So I want to show that we mean it. Not that I know that they're going to look at it, but in case they do, I want it there.
I want to go on the record wholeheartedly supporting that approach. Ms. Burnett.
So I actually was just going to throw my support behind that. One, because of everything that Ms. Maple just said. I also had some conversations with Senator Hughes today, and SB 140, even though it's been vetoed and the override did die, it's not dead. And there are things happening, and I am confident that while we may not get everything, we may get some Alaska READS Act. So I full-heartedly agree.
Okay. Mr. Doran.
Okay, and since my version, sorry I couldn't read it there, or it wasn't on, scrolled up on the screen. On the READS Act, I think you answered my question that it best balances out, it zeroes out 1 million on the revenue, 1 million on, and was my concern.
Perfect.
Ms. Maple.
I would like to return kindergarten aides to status quo.
I'm not seeing any objections. Ms. Burnett.
Turn that on. I would like to cut the supplies budget 50%.
Also not seeing any objections.
President Hardy.
Yes, Mr. DeGraw.
And just to clarify there, that would be 50% of elementary school discretionary supply budgets.
Ms. Maple.
I just want to, just on tail end of what Ms. Burnett just said, remind that supply budgets are one of the easiest add backs, no matter the timeline. that it is a add back that is not contingent on, our hands are not tied in the same way of PTR or school closures or anything like that.
I guess I'll propose it, reducing ELP funding, knowing that I strongly want us, with any funding, to return ELP. Mr. DeGraw?
And this is one of the adjustments we made in addition to adding Reads Act and the 82,000 screening expense that Ms. Marotti referenced. We broke out, last night we had ELP supplies kind of lumped into one category. We broke them out, actually elementary here and then by middle school and high school in the secondary level. So this would, the 14,000 would represent 100% of the ELP supplies in the elementary schools.
Mr. Doran?
Okay, question on the elementary ELP supplies. At the moment, we have one ELP teacher, and we talked about one of the things, or two aspects they might do. One is for testing, and the other is for support for classroom teachers. Testing materials need to be, those would be counted in those supplies. So we need to have something in supplies. Okay. Which that case, I would suggest that we do the 50% at this point.
I am not seeing any objections, so 50%. 7,000. Anyone for the next one? Ms. Burnett?
Activities funding 50%.
Mr. Raw?
And again, just to clarify, make sure we're all on the same page, including the public, that's activities funding at the elementary school levels.
Thank you. Moving on to secondary. Ms. Burnett?
Like to maintain PTR in 6 through 8, and then increase PTR in 9 through 12 to 33.
Ms. Marotti, then Ms. Maple.
I have heard and I have seen class sizes so big that there's not enough desks to fit in the room at the high school level. And that is not an excellent and equitable learning environment for any of our students. So I would, in this, right now, in this scenario, in this case, I would like to maintain PTR. It's already high at 30. That's not ideal. So I'd like to maintain it.
Ms. Maple?
I would also like to maintain at 30 for 9th through 12th.
Mr. Burgess?
Same. I think that we've heard from the community, from the budget committee, and from our educational experts that we call teachers that PTR is probably the most important thing to preserve in this budget. Also want to remind everyone that when we talk about PTR, we're talking about an average class size. So when we say PTR of 30, some classes are going to have less than that, less students than that, fewer students. And that would mean that others would have many, much more. So I think already we're pushing 35 or more in certain classes in high school. So I think I want to see that maintained in this budget.
PTR is my number one priority to preserve in a budget that we pass. So I also want it to be maintained, but I want to make it clear for the listening public that that does not mean that Ms. Burnett does not want our PTR maintained too. She is willing to make difficult cuts and propose things, and that's part of this process. And so I really hope everyone understands that these proposals that we're making are because we were elected to have really tough conversations, and that Ms. Burnett is uniquely talented in often proposing things that are hard. Ms. Burnett.
I just want it to be known that my student in high school is one of those sitting on the floor. I do not support a cut or an increase in our PTR, but.
Ms. Marotti.
I'm going to request to reduce assistant principals by 2 FTE.
I believe that was part of the proposed. So Mr. DeGraw.
Yeah, if I could just provide some context there, that's another adjustment we made from last evening. We broke it, this was a package deal last evening. We broke it out into 2 pieces, reducing the assistant principals and then increasing activity coordinators by the 1.0. It was 1.0, that was a correction that we made. And then we added in the option at Ms. Marati's request, the ability to select a reduction of activity coordinators. Right there, the third one down. So right now, to reflect the proposed budget, yeah, the top 2, we have reduced assistant principals by 2, and then an increase of 1 FTE activity coordinators district-wide.
Ms. Maple.
I would like to remove the increased activities coordinator, not reduce by an extra, but not add 1 this year.
Ms. Burnett.
So I am going to disagree there. If we are reducing the principals, it is important that we put in that activity coordinator, as they will pick up those responsibilities.
Not seeing anyone. I'm going to chime in as well. That activities coordinator, we've asked our high school administration and our middle schools as well to do a considerable amount. And when we reduced activities coordinators district-wide, those fell to assistant principals, and now we're cutting assistant principals. They can't keep doing these cuts. If we're saying we value activities for our students' mental health, for our keeping students enrolled in schools, we already know Alaska has the highest rate of transiency, and we have students who don't make it across the stage. We know, and I think the board has talked about increasing the activities fund. We need activities coordinators to do that and do it safely. I have been a ski coach for Lathrop. They serve a needed role, and by reducing it, we're undercutting that increase in activities funding. It hurts our ability to do what I think the board's intention was. Ms. Marati.
If we do not, through chair to administration, if we do not increase nor reduce, so we leave as is, I believe in the proposed budget, how many activities coordinators do we have in our district? FTE.
We have a partial FTE at Eielson and a partial at Hutchinson High School, and then we have a district-wide full-time activities coordinator. So no activities coordinator at North Pole High, West Valley, or Lathrop.
So there's one then that splits between Ben Eielson and Hutch, and then 1 district-wide. So we have 2.
That's correct.
Thank you.
To the administration, is it still practice where we require administrators, oftentimes they are assistant principals, to attend after-school activities and be on site?
Yes, it is. And the activity coordinators that we do have and have had in the past, we also require them to attend events and help with them.
Can you help explain what these reductions would do for it? If we reduce those assistant principals, so now there is less assistant principals without increasing activities coordinators as far as our activities being provided to students?
Yeah, this is an area I called out for concern last night with the board. We have continually gone back and forth on activities, and now with the proposed reduction in assistant principals, I do think this would be an extreme hardship on the administration and the school in general to continue to run a robust activities program, especially if we're adding additional activities funding back into the budget, as was potentially discussed last night. That's potentially adding additional activities that would need coordinating duties as well as supervision in the evening. And so it seems like one of those areas that wouldn't be a tough task or an important role for the school, but not having a strong activities coordinator really makes or breaks your activities programs. And so, this is an area I feel like is well worth a small investment because the return is high on it.
Mr. Doran.
I'm supportive of increasing by 1 at this time, and we can revisit later. We may need to. So this position would actually be shared between the two high schools that are losing the assistant principal.
That's correct.
Thank you.
They're partial FTEs.
It's for the next part, so.
Ms. Marati.
Thank you. I would like to not cut the secondary extended learning program teachers, that 2.5 FTE.
Mr. Doran.
I would speak in favor of cutting the middle school. This is middle school on this list here. Cutting the middle school ELP. Again, we've watched students, they have lots of options when we moved sixth grade up to middle school and tried to make sure there was the band and orchestra as well as other electives. Schools have worked hard to do that. So again, I would put it on our add back list later on, but at this stage in the budget, unfortunately, I don't think we can afford it.
Ms. Burnett.
I'd like to support Mr. Doran in that, and I'd also like to reduce the 0.5 FTE, leaving 2 ELP teachers for middle school.
I'm confused.
Would you like me to clarify, President Hardy?
Please do.
So there are 2.5 existing ELP teachers, and Mr. Dorn, I believe, just spoke in favor of eliminating all 2.5 of those FTE.
Ms. Maple.
I am not in support of cutting the 2.5 we have. The only reason that I am comfortable cutting from elementary is in favor of retaining in secondary. I feel like that was the bulk of the testimony that I heard, and is what I was interested in standing by. I understand maintaining one, and I did hear when Ms. Burnett suggested that yesterday, I heard the administration echo that was a really reasonable path forward instead of totally dissolving it. So I'm on board with that, even though it wasn't my initial idea. But I am pretty adamantly opposed to pulling from middle school. Yeah.
Mr. Burgess.
I wanted to support Ms. Maple's comments. I have heard that this is a really important program for middle schoolers in particular in this stage of life. They have a lot of other difficulties, and ELP students are already high risk.
I'm going to pause you real quick, Mr. Burgess.
Move to extend to 10 p.m.
Second.
Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, I think I said what I needed to. Thanks.
Sorry about the interruption. I am also going to speak in favor of Ms. Maple and Mr. Burgess' sentiments. I was gutted to cut at elementary school, but the only reason I was willing was that it would not be cut from our middle school. Partly that is, selfishly, middle school is where I entered ELP, and that meant something to me. ELP's got to be somewhere. So I am not in support of cutting it from both middle and elementary. It needs to be one or the other and preserved in some small form, knowing that we'll add back. It felt like the middle school one was where the board was, the majority of the board was. So I wasn't going to belabor that point. Is that a hand, Mr. Doran? Mr. Doran.
Okay. I'm okay in terms of, I think we might have we have a split. I'm not sure whether it's even or not. Um, If it is a choice between one or the other, I would make an argument that elementary is, uh, I would put them first priority. And the reason is because at the elementary level, your developmental um, ranges are wider. Whereas at the middle school, we have, it's a 3-year, yes, you have developmental ranges among the kids, but it's a little trickier at the elementary to deal with that. And because at middle school, we do have electives, and we've made them larger schools so that they can span out, especially if we keep PTR as low as possible.
Ms. Marati.
It's more about process. I wonder if when we're discussing these, especially if it's seems fairly split, if that's either that's a time for a motion, or if we note that, and then after we've gone through everything, then we bring up those motions that we talked about previously.
Mr. Doran.
I agree with you, and to the second point, that I think we make a note. There are things we may come back to revisit, that we make a notation on that.
Mr. Burgess.
Through the chair to the administration, could you maybe explain how those ELP middle school teachers are distributed amongst our middle schools?
Yeah, I'll pass it over to Ms. Sarah Gillum.
Okay, I'm going to pull it up here. So we have, oh gosh, okay, hold on. They're mostly split positions between schools. So that's what I'm going to find here. So we have one full-time person who's split between North Pole Middle and Ben Eielson Junior Senior High, one full-time person who's split between Tanana and Ryan Middle School, and then a part-time person who's at Randy Smith.
I'm sorry, can you just, I didn't write fast enough. Can you repeat that?
Yep, so two part-time people, or two full-time people who are split between sites, one full-time person who's split between North Pole Middle and Ben Eielson, one full-time person who's split between Tanana and Ryan, and then one person who is split funding, so he's full-time, but part of his allocation is funded through ELP.
Randy Smith.
Ms. Burnett.
Thank you.
So I have a suggestion. Let's keep it there. The majority of the board seems to want it there. I don't not want it there. I want to keep ELP. So let's keep it there. Leave it. Let's continue to work through the budget so we don't get just stuck on an item. And that's something that we can come back to and do a vote or whatever if we need to then. But for right now, let's just do a consensus, keep the ELP there, and let's move on.
I think that's well put. Somebody else? No. Okay. Mr. DeGraw, sorry.
And just thank you, President Hardy. And to Ms. Marati's point, I believe Mr. Doran broached the subject of elementary versus middle school. I have that noted if the board would like to return to that and look at that down the road.
Say that again, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Ms. Marati, we're going to take the heat off you, Ms. Burnett.
I would like to reduce the cut of Hutchison by 1 FTE, so unchecking one box.
Mr. Doran.
Am I correct? Those teachers are the small school allocation or the magnet piece?
the small school allocation.
Okay. I'm going to suggest at this time we cut both, and I'm keeping in mind that we may be going back to revisiting the Barnett second, and I am interested in keeping how we treat our magnet schools somewhat equitably.
Ms. Burnett?
Are we stuck on Hutch? I was moving on.
I think board members might need to have a say before you move
Okay.
on. Ms. Maple?
I initially said 2 to Barnett, and I initially was planning to say 2 to Hutch, but I agree with what Ms. Burnett said about Barnett. Let's stick with 1 and see where that leads us, and I think we should do the same for Hutch.
I am there as well. So, Ms. Burnett, moving on.
So skipping over, I would just like to leave the librarians alone, keep that status quo. Going down to support staff, I would like to take out 3 FTE and secretaries, keeping the safety assistants, please.
Ms., are you saying unchecked safety?
Yeah, unchecked safety.
So, do you want to clarify, Mr. DeGraw? Those safety assistants are not being removed from the budget. They are carried over on a grant.
Oh,
So
that's right.
easy savings.
That's right. Okay, well, I would still like to cut the secretaries.
Yes.
I'd like Sarah to.
Yes.
Yeah, can I have
Dr.
Ms. Gillum speak to that and the impact of what cutting those secretaries would be?
So the impact for those at North Pole, Lathrop, and West Valley would be another one of their grade 6 front office secretaries. We had a cut at all 3 of those sites, I believe, 2 years ago, reducing 1.0 FTE at all 3 of those locations. So I just want to speak to that would be a impact at the school. You know, just like cuts here impact the services we're able to give students and teachers, cuts at that level too, administrative wise, certainly do impact the schools, that they certainly are already feeling very short in terms of their ability to complete their daily duties, and that would be an additional impact at those schools.
Mr. Doran?
And I would also speak in favor of keeping the secretaries. We're cutting the office team with the assistant principals, and that is significant. Also, there are lots of bits and pieces that they're doing. We've talked about reaching out for students in terms of contacting them for attendance issues and tracking those. They provide a lot of social and emotional support. I could go on. I'm really concerned about that. As a counterpoint, I would like to note, because we've gone by it, is the counselors. I would like to revisit that. I don't want to cut it right now, but I could see cutting cutting counselors. Again, it's something I would like to see come back, but I think would be appropriate.
Ms. Maple?
I recognize that the impact of cutting those secretary positions is real and will be felt. I don't make the suggestion lightly, but I do make it out of my fear of what of not making the cut somewhere, it falling, especially the way we have these things grouped, falling on counseling. And I am very much opposed to any further cuts on our counseling staff, as they already take on so much. And I recognize I'm talking out of one side of my mouth, that they take on so many administrative duties, and that cutting secretaries could most certainly further impact that. But I feel like they are already stretched so thin in their ability to do their job that they were trained to do, that it is not something that I want to consider, fully understanding the impact that cutting secretaries could then have on them. I recognize that it's not a clear, there's not a clear answer, so.
Ms. Burnett.
Definitely think it's something we can come back to. I do want to say, though, we're trying to form a budget and make hard decisions, and it seems like at every turn, it's a don't do this and don't do that. We have to do something. We have to cut from somewhere. We're not just going to get this miraculous amount of money dropped in our laps. And I'm not trying to be hard with that. It's just reality. And so we can revisit, take some notes, maybe that this is something, but
I would like to allow board members to voice. I don't think that we're as stuck as we think. And to start that, I am in support of cutting the secretaries. I once, like Ms. Maple says, acknowledge what that does. And it's significant, and especially because we're cutting assistant principals. Let me make this clear. This is significant, and we are reducing our services to our students. This whole budget is reducing our services to our students. None of these cuts are appropriate, but we have to make some. I am not in support of cutting the counselors. When the budgeting tool was used and we received the feedback on that, that was the cut the community avoided. I think we know that Alaska has a mental health crisis, and cutting counselors at that time, given everything we know, is not sound educational policy. Mr. Burgess.
I just want to say that I think it's very important that the administration shares with us what the impacts of the cuts are that we make. So I thank you to Ms. Gillum. You know, we like President Hardy said, we have, and Ms. Burnett, you know, we have tough choices. None of the choices are good. I don't like that I'm saying this because I value our administrative staff. I value secretaries. I remember my school secretaries with fondness, particularly in elementary, but we're talking about secondary now. But in any case, I would support this cut for this budget because we have to make cuts. And I would certainly prioritize counselors for the reasons that President Hardy expressed.
Ms. Maradi.
And I just recommend, again, note and then make a motion later if this is not going in the direction that that you're wishing to see in any of the line items. That's just an opportunity to make a motion later. We're building now. We'll amend shortly, hopefully, and then go from there.
Point well taken, and we're doing good, guys. We're a good team. We will get through this. I will make the next one because I'm the one that brought it up. I would like to remove the Westcott pool completely. I would love to see that come back in a following year, but right now, those are cuts, and it's already going to be reduced due to the current closure of Westcott. Yeah. Ms. Burnett.
I support that. For the listening public who wasn't in our work session last night, the pool will be shut down until January of '25. So this makes sense, and I would have no problem revisiting this discussion next budget season.
I can keep us moving, or I support reducing the supply funding by 50%. Ms. Burnett.
I'll take this one. I would like to increase activities funding by 10%. And a question to Mr. DeGraw for clarification.
Ms. Burnett.
Mr. DeGraw, with this activities, so we discussed this a little bit last night. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So if we increase by the plus 10%, that would allocate it to all the said things at the bottom, including We the People.
So the 10% increase would go to, the way we allocate to our secondary schools is there's a base foundation amount that each school gets, and then there's a per student amount. So we would increase those factors by 10%. I would not be the expert to talk to the prescriptive nature of what an increase would represent to schools. At my level, it would not be prescriptive to a specific purpose. It would be an increase to the general activity allocations to each secondary school.
Okay, then I have a follow-up then. Then I want to change that, and I would like to add the funding for We the People. I would like to add the funding for National History Day teacher sponsorship, and I would like to add the hockey for each high school.
Mr. Doran, then Ms. Marati.
When I first looked at this section, I was for reducing secondary activities. When we're reducing elementary activities, I feel there's an equity issue, though the elementary, I think, can absorb it a little bit more, but their activities are extremely important as well. And if we talk about it, ELP or just general interest kids, a lot of those little clubs that start are key. And they get a much lower rate of compensation for sponsoring those. I am strongly opposed to specifying what activities it would be used for. That I kind of settled towards a status quo for secondary. But to make absolutely clear, and it was clarified last night, that hockey is not a prohibited school activity. That was an administrative decision, not at the time, several years ago, not this administration. And a school can have a hockey team. They can have We the People. They can have the different programs, but they can also have what meets their students, and not every school may be interested in hockey. Not every school is interested in football, or not every school may be interested in having a team for We the People. Academica has been combined teams. So I think we need to give the schools the flexibility to meet the needs of their students and to allocate it so that it should be a generic piece for the activities. So I can support keeping status quo, but I'd be strongly opposed otherwise.
Ms. Burnett.
So just like to give a little clarification here for the funding. So Lathrop currently does not have a hockey team, has not had a hockey team in over 3 years due to it being cut. Hockey in general as a sport is not funded whatsoever by the district. Cash calls for families are up around $3,000 to play hockey. And there are kids at Lathrop High School who want to play. They hired a coach to form a team. And they just are not having any luck due to the cost of it. Allocating funding, we allocate funding for ski, we allocate funding for certain sports as it is already to pay for travel and whatnot. This would allocate and be able to promote another high school team and more opportunities for scholarships for students and better student outcomes, activities and extracurricular, co-curricular activities absolutely support those student outcomes. And I think that this would be a great way to do that. But also that National History Day teacher sponsorship needs to be added in. And I would love to see the funding for We the People. Miss Galloway has done amazing things with that. And I would love to see that program continue.
Ms. Marati.
Thanks. I support Ms. Burnett's choices on this section. I want to advocate for specifically We the People and National History Day. The Center for Civic Education said that We the People is a great instructional success. The educational testing services characterized We the People program and did independent studies, and that revealed that the We the People students significantly outperformed comparison students on every topic of the test taken. National History Day students, according to National History Day and their program evaluation summary, those students outperformed their non-National History Day peers on state standardized tests in multiple subjects, including reading, science, and math, as well as social studies. I hear our legislators asking for better outcomes. This is one way, obviously, the studies show that we can make that happen. So I support specific funding on those two areas.
Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. I would support the activity funding for We the People and National History Day as well. As other board members have said, these are programs that have existed in our schools, and we are losing the teachers who have supported them in the past several years to retirement. Well-deserved retirement. We're sorry to see them go. So I would like to see those programs continued for all the reasons that Ms. Marati spoke of. Civics education is one thing that our legislature has been pushing for. This is civics activities, so that educate our kids in civics, and I really think that it's important to have activities like this. I would support the funding for these two programs.
I'm going to put myself in the queue real quick and say I also support the funding for all of the programs mentioned, and I am okay with giving intent language. Ms. Burnett was the one who inspired having these activities things, and I think it's okay to support that. Mr. Doran.
Question through the chair to the administration. If this is put in the budget with these specifics, and a school cannot, doesn't have someone to sponsor one of them, for instance, We the People, or a school cannot come up with a hockey team, what happens to that money? Does it lapse back to the general fund?
Mr. Doran, I'm smiling because you were reading my mind in terms of direction I was going to seek from the board. And so I do think that's probably where it might be a better, my recommendation to the board might be leaving it more general at the 10% and me understanding the intent language behind that. And we would certainly encourage and almost direct principals to offer these programs. But at the time where there wasn't the level of interest or there weren't enough players to play hockey, that schools could still then use those activity funds to support other activities that students were interested in.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Doran. Ms. Maple.
In light of what Dr. Meinert just shared, I support the 10% increase with trusting our administration to walk out the intent of the board. Is that a reasonable understanding of what you were saying?
Yep. Ms. Burnett. Or need you.
I was just going to say the same thing.
And Ms. Marati.
Ditto. I support changing it back to the 10% with the trust that our administration will walk that out how we intend.
I fully support that as well. I'm going to say, oh, Ms. Burnett, you can go.
I'm sure we were going to say the same thing, but keep the EOP supplies status quo for now, considering we kept it there. So,
Mr. Doran.
I'm going to speak to reducing it completely at the high school level. This is the amount for high school, and from what I understand, because we have supplies in the middle. Is that correct, Mr. DeGara?
That's correct. And this is where, we do have it broken out. Two different options, one at 100% reduction, one at 50, and then each for senior as well as middle high schools. So reflected now would be reducing 100% of junior, senior, and senior high school ELP supply allocations.
Right, so I would advocate for that because the senior high schools, and the only junior senior is Ben Eielson. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I would reduce both of those. Again, they're in lots of electives, and supplies are important. We're recutting supplies in general for the secondary, but it's more important to have smaller classes.
Going to put myself in the queue on this one. That one is listed as junior, senior, and senior high schools, and this supplies is across all of our high schools and our junior, senior high, correct?
Correct, and Mr. Dorn was correct. There's one junior, senior high, and that's Ben Allison. So.
Yeah, but the funding goes to all of them. It's not just Ben Eielson's funding.
Correct.
I am not supportive of zeroing out that budget. It was my understanding from our conversation last night that while we do not offer standalone ELP classes in our secondary schools, these schools are used as funding for those enrichments within our AP and our honors classes and to offer enrichment to those students in a different way, to give them some, I've been a teacher in a high school. It gives them a little room to play with and do something outside the norm. Perhaps it's buying, Raspberry Pi and helping kids code in a class that you might not normally. It gives flexibility to our teachers, and we're already reducing a lot. Ms. Maple, was that a hand?
I don't remember when I initially raised it, but no, that's okay. And I'm not totally sure where we are on, I mean, I know where we are, but where we're landing. I was going to suggest 50% at the senior and maintaining for middle.
I'm not seeing any objections to that. We're on alternative programs now. Mr. Doran.
Just a question in terms of that ELP supplies.
You might have something clicked further down.
How, it doesn't look like there's a middle retaining.
Yeah, so, it's okay, yeah. So the bottom two, Mr. Doran, would be the potential reductions in the middle schools, right below the checked box. So my cursor is over the 100% middle school reduction and then the 50% reduction at the bottom, next to the bottom.
Okay, all right.
Right there.
Okay, gotcha.
So 4 total choices, 2 at 100% reductions for each category and 2 at 50%.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'll lead us off. I am in support of keeping the tuition savings at North Star College and the reduction of 1 FTE from North Star College. Ms. Marati.
I support that. I just want to point out, it was mentioned earlier that we discussed reducing from BEST, and obviously, if you listened from last night, and it's reflected today, there are no reductions to BEST at this time, and I support that right now.
I echo that. Moving on, Ms. Burnett.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I'm actually skipping all the way down to reentry assessments.
I was, go. Oh, sorry. Ms. Marati.
And I know we had the discussion last night, but it would be against my character to not advocate for the van for the SMART program. I care deeply about the students that are expelled with no access to the SMART program. I feel I have support from administration to advocate for this as well. It would allow a lot of students to access services that then bring them back into our school districts after they've attended the SMART program. So I would like to advocate for that van to be available for the SMART program.
Ms. Maple.
I thought about this one a lot last night. I was not in support yesterday. I had a child use the SMART program, and as a privileged person with a car and the ability to flex time at work, it was incredibly challenging for me to provide that transportation. And the more I reflected on it, the better understanding I have of what an intense barrier folks might experience. And I was surprised that I thought that the number would be higher. While maybe it would sit at the very top of a cut list, I would like to see what our budget looks like with that in, considering it allows us to provide an education to folks that frankly might otherwise just be lost completely out of the system.
Mr. Doran.
While I'm very supportive of the concept, and I think the need, and as I've mentioned earlier, it has come up any number of times. I would suggest that we not include it at this time. We have major issues, even providing basic busing throughout the district, but that it should be put as one of our possible add-ons. It'd be brand new for us to do, but that right now, even at 95,000, that's 95,000 that we really don't have, and we're cutting other services for students. I just don't see adding that service at this time.
This is another one that I last night was less inclined to do, and then the more I ruminated on it, we say we want an equitable educational, excellent and equitable education for all students. And these are our most needy students. These are students we've suspended and we've expelled, and then we expect their families to figure it out. And if we're gonna really live that motto, I think this is an opportunity for us to invest in students who often feel like they're not invested in. And I also want to point out that Ms. Marati found an $82,000 savings that was added to this budget tool that wasn't last night, and those efforts to figure out that as part of this budget, this is a $95,000 add, but really it's not. If we're saving that money through the Alaska Reads Act and expecting our legislators to do their job, we need to support all of our kids. We need to support our gifted kids, and we also need to support our kids who, quite honestly, could be gifted, and that's how they ended up expelled, because sometimes those are the ones who act out the most in our classes. Mr. Doran.
Not for the moment, but later, we go back to revisit what that $82,000 savings was under the Reads Act?
Through the administration, go for it.
That would be potential offset savings from if we did receive targeted funding for Alaska Reads. It could offset some of the supplies that we currently use at the elementary level. And so I can't remember what those supplies are at the top of my head, but it would surely be, some of them were assessments. I think there were a partial reading program in that, and maybe Mr. Beam can help refresh my memory on the exact.
Some of those Smarty Ants MAP, because we deed pays for most of MAP, but not all of it. And then, well, really those two things.
Thank you.
Ms. Marati.
Thank you for the support on this. This is also an opportunity to test this plan out that we have been talking about for years. Right after COVID, we started to run into the busing issue. And so it's been about that long since we've been talking about a van plan. And so to take some savings that we're hoping for from the state, put it towards this pilot, see how it works. It could, I know some people have mentioned that we already have a busing issue. This is not a bus, it's a van, and it could help in the future potentially solve some of those issues that we do have with busing.
Ms. Maple?
You had me. Oh, go ahead.
Through the chair to the administration, I've never said that before. In launching a program like this, should we see it be successful and stay within the amount that we intended to spend, could that be a stepping stone to potentially operate a similar program for a school like Effie Cochran?
Just to clarify, using vans to transport students to Effie Cochran? Yes, I mean, I think the comment by Ms. Marotti in terms of having it be a test ground or a pilot of sorts would be really wise of the district. And if it was successful, that could be expanded into other areas where transportation is not currently being provided. And I do know Effie Cochran has been impacted by the lack of bus drivers, and that's impacted their attendance or enrollment at their school. And so I do think this would be a good way to go about that. Can I add one more piece? Given it's a budget conversation, the students that we're talking about are at-risk students, at risk to drop out. Never like to talk about students as dollar and cents, but certainly when they drop out, that's a loss of revenue for the school district as well. And so this truly is an investment that I see that the school district could make to continue to obviously keep that revenue within the school district, but more importantly, see these kids succeed and get their high school diploma.
Ms. Burnett, then Mr. Burgess.
I understand where we're going with this. I just don't support it.
Mr. Burgess.
I'm I'm a little bit on the fence on this one. I'm going to support operating the van for the time being. I do think that it's tough to think about investments when we're making some really difficult cuts, but this one seems like a reasonable investment that will help students who need the help and could potentially, save us some revenue. And then I would be interested in, looking at expanding it in the future if possible to help other programs, potentially even including BEST, and helping those kids get to the Nordale Education Center or other places. So I think this is something that could be a wise move.
I'll add to that. I also, this is a great pilot way to see, and it helps some of our most vulnerable students. And if we prove that we can run it successfully, Effie is a charter. Now we're providing support to our charters. I am a charter school mom. I will remind everyone, charter schools are district schools, but all of our students deserve an excellent and equitable education. And I think starting with SMART is a really good place to start and try this out. Especially they don't have start times. We've removed a lot of the things that could happen. They have a start time, but if they show up later, it's okay. We're all together. I've visited SMART a lot. Let's invest in our kids where we can. And it is a smaller investment than $95,000 due to the money that Ms. Marotti figured out. So it doesn't skew our budget dramatically. I think we can move on. Ms. Marotti.
Oh, I was just gonna go into the next one.
Reentry.
But I was gonna probably throw it back at you. So if you want to do it, just our legal has suggested a change that would reduce this line item already. So it's really not a decision to cut. It's just realizing the actualization of what that expense might look like next year.
Yeah. So this also, when people are wondering at home what a reentry assessment is, this is something that we have historically asked students in the SMART program to have to undergo, sometimes depending on the student's particulars, more than once. And we have been advised through legal, because we are the only, or one of the only districts in the state that requires these. So this is not a sound practice, and it is expensive. This does not completely zero out the budget, because in some extreme cases, these reentry assessments do make sense. So we remain with some, but this allows us to fund other things and also start making legally sound practices. Okay. I think we're good to move on to district administration. Ms. Maple.
Oh, never, well, okay. I want to reduce the Board of Education travel budget.
Yeah. Not seeing objection if you have more to go.
I want to reduce, did you want to?
Oh.
I was going to say reduce curriculum by the 415.
Ms. Burnett.
So this is one I also thought about, but I think we need to reduce curriculum by 700.
Ms. Marati.
I support Ms. Burnett and think that right now we need to reduce curriculum by 700,000 based off the testimony we received from educators on what they need right now.
Ms. Maple.
I know that we got an answer on this last night. I would like it again on the impact of that being upped, if you don't mind.
If we bump that up to 700,000, that would leave, was it 300,000 left? 300,000 left. And we would purchase probably half of the high school science materials that we would have purchased last year. We were going to bump to this year. We would cut that in half, bump that to the following year. World language would be bumped probably another extra year, because I'm not sure, of course, what the budget is going to look like next year. And art would be bumped.
Ms. Burnett, then Ms. Marati.
With that, though, this is something we could easily add back, correct? We could make this as an add back and put back up to however the 700,000 we took out should funding come through.
You're welcome to answer that, Mr. Beam or Dr. Minert.
Yes, I think generally it's a more flexible cut that the board is looking for. That doesn't mean there are purchasing windows and shipping times to Alaska, so it doesn't mean that if it came late in the cycle that we would necessarily have them on day one, but that would be a more flexible cut for the board to consider.
Ms. Maple, then Mr. Doran. Oh, okay. Ms. Maple, Mr. Doran, Mr. DeGraw.
Could you, so talking about science, world language, what was the third? Art. Would you, in terms of the cycles that these things are replenished, could you articulate how many years delayed each of those things would be?
Art and world language would be delayed 1 year, because we're in that current cycle right now. Science was a cycle that was last year. We did some of them last year. This is the rollover that we were going to pay for because of last year's budget cuts. That means there are a few science things that would now be 2 years rolled over.
I have one.
Go ahead, follow up.
So theoretically, that's pushed. You do half the science next year. Same boat. We do the other half of the science. World language and art are now 2 years. What's the next push in the cycle?
I would have to go back and look, but I'm
there's
social
another.
studies.
Okay. Whew. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you need to go, or can Mr. Doran? Mr. Doran.
Okay, I'm going to speak in favor of the 700. When I suggested that last night as a figure, I wanted to leave some money in curriculum for materials because we have some things that are consumables and things of that sort, and there are some things that might need to be done. But it does help protect. We're at a $6.7 million deficit right now, so we have to cut. It does give us flexibility. It is something that can be brought back. But it's not as though we don't have materials, and it's not as though we don't have an updated curriculum. The curriculum is different from the materials, so they can, they've reviewed the curriculum, they can do that. We've got materials that can support it. Would it be nice to have others? Yes. I've lived through a 6-year delay. Okay, do we want to do that? No. But if we don't have the money, this is a good place to hold off. And it's ones that can be, there are enough resources available to teachers for some updates that might need to be done, just new information. But for the majority of this, there's not a lot of new information. It's more the delivery that becomes important.
Ms. Marati.
And also, we talked at length last night about the strategic plan, long-term planning, long-term fiscal plan, sustainable planning. And I have heard from administration potential ways to adjust the current schedule of curriculum review and changes. So if we were to do this, I would love to see curriculum, just like we're going to look at footprint and class size and everything else within the strategic planning process. I would love to see curriculum be a big part of that, so that we can readjust or if needed, if suggested, and if the board wants to do that.
Mr. DeGraw.
Maybe let's have Dr. Minor, and I keep.
Dr. Minor.
I'll save.
Just a quick comment on that. Yes, and this spring, as the board is working through policy, there may be some policies related to this that the board might consider as well. And so just wanted to make a note of that.
Mr. DeGraw.
Yes, and just, I obviously I understand probably better than most the tough situation that's confronting the board this evening. Just the flip side of the coin, I completely understand the rationale, but just I feel like it's important to state that we've talked often about sustainable cuts and then reductions that are not sustainable. And obviously there's, we're in a tough situation, so we find reductions where we can. I just want to recognize the challenges that presents to the organization. And I could go on and on and on listing, and excuse me, part of the fear, sorry, part of the fear is that the reductions then become, we get used to new norms, and little by little, we lose, and it's baby steps, it's creep. Examples are, a big one that's noticeable is we reduced year after year our snow removal capacity in our FMD department. And lo and behold, now fast forward, that started many years ago, fast forward to today, and we deal with significant challenges. So just want to emphasize that those reductions have impacts, and certainly, I would just urge that we keep those in mind, as we come up on new budget cycles, and have it at the forefront to restore things that we've reduced, hopefully temporarily.
Ms. Burnett.
Through the chair, I appreciate those comments, absolutely, Mr. DeGraw. But we often hear, or at least I know I hear a lot, and I know it's in our emails a lot from teachers, that we barely get our feet underneath a curriculum when we're getting a new curriculum. And while I understand that's just the way this plays out now because they've got the subscription services, and so be like, you've got to go to the online source now, and when those are outdated, well, then they can't go to the online source, and I 100% understand that. But I also feel that this is a cut that the board can make right now and add back. And just as we were asked to put trust into the admin to carry out what we are desiring with some of the funding, we also need the admin to trust us that we will put this as an add back. It might not be at the top. We got to worry about our PTR, and things like that. But this will be an add back, something that we will and understand that we need to fund.
Real quick, President Hardy.
Move to extend to 11 p.m.
Second.
Mr. DeGraw, then Mr. Burgess.
Yes, I appreciate those comments, Ms. Burnett. I said my piece for probably a wide range of what we call non-sustainable reductions, and I'll just leave it at that for the future ones. So I said my piece for several topics there. I'll end them there.
Mr. Burgess, then Ms. Maple.
I'm going to reluctantly support this cut. I really don't like it. It's better than some of the other options, and it is potentially something flexible. I do want to see it as one of our priority add backs. And I'm sorry, Mr. Bean.
Ms. Maple, is it to this specific topic? Okay, go ahead.
It'll be my last thing. I just want to say out loud that I want it to be 415. I thought 415 was a lot to begin with. I understand that I am in the minority and that I lose this one, but I just want to say out loud that I heard the public testimony because I was at the table that did at both forums that was talking about budget additions. This was one of the topics I discussed with every single person that came to the forum, and I heard the concerns about curriculum. And I also heard concerns that our science isn't up to date. And I also heard, that what people wanted to see was not us just squash this, but really evaluate the cycle. And so I recognize that it's going that direction. And I really hope that as we do that strategic planning, we are able to engage with Mr. Beam about what, as an expert, he thinks is a viable path forward so that we don't end up in this dangerous cycle. And I will stop talking about it.
So I think we've handled curriculum, and at this point, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. So we will come back a little after 10. When Mr. DeGraw is ready. Should I say it again? We are back from recess. Didn't get to go sledding this time. I might have that. We have, I think, exhausted the curriculum one, so now we're on information technology. I guess I'll take that. I am in favor of reducing the 386, knowing that it is the full intent that that comes out of the technology, what's the name of the fund? Replacement fund? Equipment fund, and that we will need to replace that money eventually. Ms. Burnett.
So I cut this last year. This was one of the ones that I thought that we could make a cut in. And this year, I'm just not in favor of cutting this funding for the laptop replacement. I already had to ask for a new cord tonight for my laptop. And I know if I'm having small issues like that, the issues our teachers and stuff are having are astronomical. And while I do understand we will still purchase the laptops, we will still be doing that, that fund needs to be replenished. And so I'm not in favor of cutting this. I would like to keep it status quo for now.
Mr. Burgess, then Ms. Marati.
Through the chair to the administration, what is the balance in the equipment fund at this time?
So it's around 2.7 million-ish. And the replacement of staff laptops would be right in the $1.9, $2 million range. So just to give context, and then ongoing needs as far as we make an annual purchase of student devices as well, so.
Ms. Marati.
Just wanted to provide my support for President Hardy's $386,000 cut, also due to the fact that we do have the funds in the equipment replacement fund, with the knowledge that this will have to be on in the budget next year, and more than it is now.
Mr. Doran.
I'm definitely supportive of this, and having been on the board when the equipment replacement fund was established, it wasn't to be an ever-growing savings account, but to have the money when we need it. And yes, if we spend that now, we need, down the line, and again, nothing is sustainable if the state doesn't fund us. So, but at this time, to protect students and provide the best services we can to students, taking it out of that fund is extremely important, and it does keep teacher laptops, a replacement process going for them. So.
Ms. Marati, then Mr. Burgess.
I do have a request for wording. I thought I asked for this at the very beginning, but I apologize if I didn't. It's been a minute. If we could change the wording on that, because right now it says that we're cutting teacher laptop replacement, but we're not. We are cutting the amount that we're providing to the equipment replacement fund. So if there's support for that in the next reiteration of this budget, if we could fix the wording on that.
Mr. Burgess.
I just wanted to say that I support this cut. I understand the challenges with, the reducing the equipment replacement fund and the need to replenish that. And it's a concern, but as Mr. Doran said, if we have to make cuts, and nothing is sustainable if we don't get sustainable funding. This is a place where we have a different fund available for the time being, and I think we should use it.
I'll take the next one. I propose cutting district administration by 500,000. That's a $500,000. That is a real and significant cut. Just so that we know, we're spreading it across the board. And that is an increase over the proposed budget of 200,000. Mr. Burgess.
I'm going to support this at the $500,000 level. And it's with a lot of concern that I support it, because I have heard from multiple principals that downtown administration is important, and we know that they've been cut many times. I'll support it at this level.
Ms. Maple.
Last night I put this really high, like hit everything to start the conversation, and it's another one that I thought a lot about last night, and I actually wasn't even going to suggest 5, I was going to suggest 4. I guess I just want to say, especially to our listening public, our parents in particular that have expressed, actually everybody that have expressed frustration and said, you know, admin, that we will feel 500,000. All of us will feel it. We will feel it when we need support for our kids. We will feel it when our kid ends up at SMART and it takes a while for us to hear from the office or from administrators to get that set up. We will feel it when, I mean, especially our kids that receive student support services that are getting so many services from this building. And I say that because I want to ask everybody that next year when you start feeling it, know this is where it came from, that it's not something that will not impact our kids' instruction. I agree, I understand, I've heard the requests, I get why we're moving forward with it. But I just want to be really clear that we're all going to feel it, and our principals are going to feel it, which I know was just mentioned. Our teachers are going to feel it. They're going to feel it when they call downtown and need help. They already feel it because we've already cut. But I also want to respect what we're hearing from the public, but it hurts. I don't envy what Dr. Meinertz has to walk back to the table and the decisions that he has to make, and I thank him for doing it. But I take no pleasure in making a cut like that. I mean, I take no pleasure in making any cuts, obviously, but it's going to hurt everybody.
Ms. Burnett.
I will also support this, but I just want the admin to know that if we need it, I'm also in favor of a bigger cut, and I know that that hurts. I know. But the biggest thing we get hammered on is down here, and if our students are going to feel it, down here needs to feel it. I support the 500. I wish we could do less, but I'm also in favor of more. So complicated, I know.
I'll take the next one just for informational purposes, since I know we pretty much settled this last night. I am not in favor of eliminating the raise to our non-represented staff. All of our other bargaining groups secured a raise, and our non-represented staff are equally as valuable and work equally as hard. And while they don't have a contract through a union to protect them, this is fair and this is equity, and we need to respect the work that our non-reps do for this district. Ms. Maple.
I agree. This was my request to see it here. I think it is similar to seeing the numbers for Nordale, what the actual impact would be, and realizing that it's, in the grand scheme of things, not worth it. I think that seeing on paper, I think it's really easy to assume that everybody's making boku bucks, and it's not true, and this is evidence to that. So I agree.
I'm going to skip to transportation because that one's another really easy one before we get to the nuts and bolts. I am in favor of reducing the transportation subsidy, expecting that the state does their job and raises transportation. And let's be really clear that they haven't done that since 2012. I don't know if all of you can live on a 2012 budget, but we can't. And the state needs to fund. And even this, even if they were to pass what was an SB 140, we will have a deficit in transportation the next year. This is a state problem. So we will not be subsidizing, or I don't speak for the board, but I am not in support of using our general fund dollars to subsidize a state's responsibility that they have abdicated since 2012. My children weren't even alive in 2012. I'll have a sixth grader next year. Ms. Maple, then Ms. Marati.
I agree with Ms. Hardy that it's their obligation. I do want to share, though, that I do think it is a fiscally responsible choice here based off what we have heard from the legislature and what we saw in SB 140, that even if we don't see SB 140 come back, well, however this is walked out, that it does sound like transportation is a priority of not only our legislature, but also of our governor. So I'm hopeful that whatever we see does actually include that, which makes me comfortable clicking that button for those savings.
Ms. Marati.
Yeah, I just want to support this change to transportation for what both Ms. Hardy and Ms. Maple said. When we went to Juneau and met with legislators, it was across the board. Pretty much all legislators that we spoke with were in favor of a very specific targeted things, and this was one of them. That was pretty much across the board was transportation. So I think it's a very easy decision to make.
You guys gonna make me do it? Ms. Burnett.
So I'm just going to approach this like this, since this is where we are. In my current budget, I have a couple different numbers than what's on this screen here. I have now removed activities funding for secondary, and I have removed it to the point of minusing it by 50%, which is that $640-something thousand. So $645,000. So I have taken away the activities funding in secondary. Just hear me for a minute, okay? Yeah, just hear me for a second. So I went back up to secondary to activities funding. I have now cut that 50% in what I have on my screen, okay? So take that all away, cut it by 50%. This is not what I want to do. This is not student focused, but this needs to be done. I would still like to keep the funding for We the People. I find that to be a great program, and I really don't want to cut that. So please put back in with that the $22,000 for We the People. Now with that, we should match somewhere around $3.8 million. I already have 2 school closures checked off, and I am still in debt 3.9. I will leave that there.
Ms. Maple, then Ms. Marati.
Without going back and amending anything else, I'm at 4.5. And from the past weeks and hours of testimony, I'm just going to share where I stand on the closures and go from there. Knowing full well that we are in a deficit, I am opposed to closing a Title I school. I'm not, and I know I said it last night, but it bears repeating that I do not say that because I want to push it off. I say that because I am opposed to closing it. And so I'm speaking specifically of Tickassook Brown. I want to remove that from the closure list. I am opposed to closing Two Rivers. I believe that it serves a community. I understand, I've received emails, et cetera, et cetera. I understand that Two Rivers on paper, that it's expensive per kid, but it is serving a community that the nearest school is a great distance on a dangerous road. I want the opportunity to look at our district's footprint, knowing full well that there are cuts that have to be made, that the number of buildings we have is not sustainable, that the number of buildings we have does not appropriately serve the population that we have. And I hear our community that they want to have this conversation slower. I think it is possible that at the end of that conversation, we might, let's say I get my Title I concern, that we might end up still talking about Pearl Creek. We might be talking about schools that aren't on the list. I recognize that, but I also recognize that using strategic planning to continue this conversation has value. And with all of that said, I have pored over every email I've received. I have listened, as everybody here has. We've listened to all of the testimony, and I've heard compelling arguments, of course. My concerns for our Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School are that despite being home to some fabulous educators and phenomenal children, that the opportunities available at North Pole exceed and can better serve, and that bring in that the addition of Ben Eielson students to those schools can better serve the population as a whole. I don't want to see schools close, but when I am looking at the information before me, it is the only school that I have seen a justification for that I can stand behind myself, despite not wanting to at all. So my proposal is that that is the only closure that we consider at this time. I'll stop there for now.
So I'm going to put myself in the queue ahead of others. Mr. DeGraw, if you could bear with me, restore it to where we were before Ms. Burnett did the amendments. So unless where we keep the We the People activity funding the way it was, let's go back to baseline.
Gotcha.
And that's the baseline. Please, we had a lot, and we haven't talked about it yet, but last night it was pretty clear a majority of board members were not in favor of contracting out custodial. So please return custodial to status quo. Okay. So I want the public to pay real close attention to this. Uncheck both schools. We're not going to close any schools. Now go to the required local contribution and max it out. Even with it all the way to the max, which we have heard from Mayor Ward, which we know is not possible under the current tax cap, which isn't even possible, most likely, without a significant reduction in our borough services. It's like closing Parks and Rec to give us that amount of money. A $69 million contribution from the borough under our current tax cap is significant. This is where the RLC comes into play. This is where all of it is. We still cannot budget or pass a balanced budget and have the things that you've watched us discuss and really show why some of these things are of value. We could go back in, and we already cut ELP. We could cut more. It's not going to get us where we need to go. And that's the most devastating thing of this whole process. And it's why you see board members who, when they campaigned, were not another school. I won't close another school. I know it feels fast, but this is why we're here. This is where we looked at it, and there's just nowhere else to go. And I hate it. It's PTR then. Is that what we go with? Do we increase PTR across all of our schools? Is that an educationally sound practice? Our community has said resoundingly for a long, long time, no. Our budget committee has said resoundingly for a long time, stop raising the PTR in our classrooms. I do not want to close a school, but as Ms. Maple said, there's no way out of this. We are going to have to, and I wish I was on the board last year. I wish we had started a strategic planning process last year. It was a different board though. I think we've proven we work pretty well together as a team. I wish we had this team last year. We would be in a lot better place. But we didn't, and we're here. And we have to do the best with what we've been given. And you have my solemn promise that we will not do this again next year. We will not put our community through this. Well, the state refuses to take care of Fairbanks. We're going to take care of our kids and take care of Fairbanks. And the allegations that we're afraid to do hard things are patently false. No one up here is afraid to do hard things. We didn't run because we were afraid to do hard things. And having kindness and compassion doesn't make you weak, it makes you stronger. Ms. Marati, thank you for letting me jump the line.
I was on the board when we did this last time. And when we did this last time, we closed schools. We spent a significant amount of time. We hired an outside analyst. We created a task force. We had stakeholder involvement in all levels. It was lengthy. We didn't have that time this time, but we had that time last time. And we made the school closure decisions last time because we had a lot more time. And I know that this board can and will put in that time like the board did last time. In my opinion, giving this board and this community more time is what's fair for this board. It's what's fair for the community. It's what's fair to the students impacted. And I said it then, and I will say it again and again and again, that I will never support closing a Title I school. So I don't support Tickisick Brown being on this list or any Title I school right now. My hope and what I know that this board will and can do is revisit this with the strategic plan funding that we have included in this budget, with the support of the borough and a joint work sessions with the borough, having them being involved in this decision to make these decisions over the next year with more time. That is what I heard the community say loud and clear. You need more time. We need more time. If we can make this happen with the borough support, then we need that time. So I support removing Tickisick Brown from this list right now.
Ms. Burnett.
If you would have asked me a year and a half ago if I ever thought I would see myself closing a school, I would have told you no. Like Ms. Hardy, I didn't join to do this. but I knew that this would always be something we could do. I was there when they closed Joy. My kids were Cubby Bears. I witnessed that all go down. Right now, as this stands, we're looking at $6.7 million in debt. I understand we want to be hopeful. I understand that we want to be optimistic and that we want to hope that funding will come through in the best way it can. My biggest worry with this is if we don't do what's needed to be done now, if we do not close more than one, we will be in a situation where we shoot ourselves in the foot come May and June, where it will be too late to make a big cut such as a school closure. It will be too late to contract out custodial. I'm not in favor of it. I'm just stating a fact. And we will be left with nothing but an increase to our PTR. And if that's really what the public wants, that's exactly where this goes. If the funding doesn't come through, your class sizes don't just raise by 5. Your class sizes will raise more than that. That's what will happen if we don't do what needs to be done tonight. And that is just a warning to this board, to the public, to our admin, to our teachers, to our principals, to everybody out there. You will see an increase astronomically to class sizes if we don't balance this budget.
Mr. Lopez.
Could I just get some clarification? Are we closing the schools tonight or are we not closing schools? I just want to be very clear on that.
If we get through this process, we will take a vote to close schools tonight.
At the end of the school closure portion or the entire thing?
It will kind of happen once, and then because of a really imperfect, horrible process, it will happen again through a procedural motion.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Doran, if you're ready, then Mr. Burgess.
I can't be optimistic. I think, is that what I heard? I'm sorry, through the chair too. Okay. I came into tonight, actually, as we all do, we keep mulling through these things, as a no vote on closing schools. And I am a no on closing schools, except that the only way that we can avoid that at this time is to consider a 680 increase to the BSA. My optimism says yes. However, we have everybody has different reads and contacts and such, and I appreciated the mayor's take from his side on it, is that 680 is not reasonable. Watching the governor, 680 is not there. Watching the veto override, 680 is not there. Because even if the legislature comes back after appropriation, they will not, what they have shown is they will not override. What the governor has said when asked, what number would you put there? He says, well, I'll leave it to the legislature. He has done that multiple times until they do a number, and then he has backed off it. When really pushed by reporters during his press conference, he kind of threw out, oh, maybe 300, maybe 400, maybe it could even be 1,000. Okay, he's not going there. So we are millions in debt. We're going to be there next year. The reality is that the legislature has put us in this bind over multiple years. And why I'd be a no in other circumstances at this time is that really, in truth, we need to look at the whole big picture. And we have not had that opportunity. We have fewer students. We have new buildings that are housing students, the charter schools that we have. And I want to make very clear, this is not a hit on our charter schools. We have some of the best in the state. And we were the leaders in that. And we have responsibilities under state law. And when the governor says, well, you know, we have the best charter schools in the nation, that is true charter to charter, because other states don't have the strong support system that we have in our state and through our districts, local work in partnership with them. When I look at it and I go to Ben Eielson and I say, well, wait a minute, the student body coming up is growing. When I looked at those projections again last night, grade levels wise, in just a couple of years, the high school will grow by 80 to 100 students. When you look down through Anderson Crawford enrollments, there are more students in those grades than at the upper grades. They're consistent. In part, I look at it and I say, does that mean for the Air Force families, they're coming? And we are seeing the growth. And we look at some of the, I look at some of the other lower grade numbers throughout our district. They're actually not as bad as I had anticipated seeing. They're growing. Our young kids are growing. Our upper grades are smaller, especially 11 and 12. They were hard hit by COVID. They were, and we have more options at that level for students to go elsewhere. So what I'm saying is that I think, unfortunately, we need to do some closures. We cannot balance our budget without that. With Ben Eielson, we do have students that, I mean, we are off post for secondary. As far as Fort Wainwright is concerned, that would be a similar situation for Eielson being off base. For TIC, I really appreciate the concerns around a Title I school, and we need to keep that in mind. Having been a principal of a Title I school for 30 years, not always in this district, I know what that means. But it could be that we will be creating some Title I schools, and I think we should look at that really carefully. When I looked at the planning document, there's a statement in there that said very specifically that the district would look at supporting those students, and I think we need to look at that better than we did last time, because there was a misinformation or misunderstanding that the money followed the student. It doesn't. As we move students and they have needs, we can see more schools qualify for Title I. And we've seen schools change. Who is Title I this year may not be Title I next year. I know that from experience, and I've know, Denali, we lost Title I lost 9 staff in a day. Did we come back as Title I? Yes. But we did without. And we've had schools who have qualified for Title I and maybe even for a couple of years and then no longer did. So that's a changing target. So I don't wed Title I to that decision. I do care about the kids. And, with TIC, several of the students would be going to Arctic Light, and I could not remember offhand last night or this morning whether Arctic Light is a Title I school. There have been times when it was not, and times when I knew it was. So it's currently. So, yeah. So I do have concerns about closing TIC. I have concerns about closing Ben Eielson. I think there are other schools that could be considered. But in order to balance our budget, I share the angst that everybody here does, the angst that everyone's listening does. But I think we are still millions of dollars in deficit. And unless we go to 680 rather, from the state, we are not going to get away from closing schools. And I'll finish with just saying, keeping in mind, we've talked about stability. We've talked about people saying, let us know the decision. We do have fewer students. That's a national as well as a state issue. And because people are leaving our state. So reality is we have to look at this. And I would just say that I'd love to promise we won't be there next year. But if our state does not do something, we can't promise.
Mr. Burgess.
It's frustrating and anxiety inducing to be up here on this dais right now, having to make all these tough decisions. And I appreciate the grace that I've heard from the community, submitting testimony, talking to me in person or other board members, when they say that they realize that it's a tough situation to be in. Hearing the testimony from Tickasick Brown parents and students and staff, I feel like closing that school would be a major hardship for many of them. And I feel that I cannot support closing Tickasick at this time. I am not necessarily optimistic about the state coming through. I do still hold hope, however, that they may. And I think that we owe it to this community as their elected representatives to try and slow this down at the very least. And I have to say that looking at the budget, the numbers, looking forward to next year, my prediction is that we will likely have to close schools, elementary schools, next year. But we can do it more deliberately. We can do it with more time for input, more time to prepare the community. It's been said, but if past boards had done that work, we might not be in exactly the same situation that we are now. And I want to make sure that we take the time and the effort to do the work right, to work with the borough, work with our community, and think harder about this. I do have to support the closure of Ben Eielson because of the numbers in this budget and because there's frankly, it's not equitable to run that school with the numbers of students in it. And we would, by moving those students to North Pole High School, those high school students, we would improve the educational outcomes for all the students there, the opportunities. Not necessarily the outcomes, those are harder to predict, but the opportunities will be improved, I believe. And again, I say this with a heavy heart and with no joy. And I understand how important this school is to its staff and its students and parents. It is also the only school where we've received testimony from some people that are in support of closing it. A significant number. I don't like that I'm supporting this. I really don't. I never thought that, I didn't want to be in this position. I was more optimistic a year ago that the state would come through, but they haven't, and this is where we are. And I'm sorry, but I do have to support the closure of Ben Eielson at this time.
Ms. Burnett.
I just want to know where we're going to find the rest of the deficit.
Okay. My turn again. Because I haven't spoken to which schools. And there's a lot of different, I'm going to explain how I get where I get. For me, I would be more willing to close Tickasick thinking that they would go to Midnight Sun and that could be a Title I school. And selfishly, and I will fully admit, it's because I'm a military spouse and I know the sacrifices our military families make. And closing a school on post guts me, absolutely guts me. But I want you to do one more thing with me, Mr. DeGraw. Unclick Ben Eielson and click Tickasick. And then if you go over to our state revenue, what we can actually think we can get, and we landed on last night at around 67 million, right? A $13 million local revenue. So that 13 million, that was where the board landed last night in our discussion. Because we save more money, which is the most disgusting thing saying out of any of this, by closing Eielson, there is still a small deficit. So if you can go back and change the selections. By closing Eielson and not Tick, and actually I have a different number, mine's down at 186 and yours is slightly larger, so somewhere our numbers are off. It's because maintenance, you need to, can you please click custodial? Or no, but no. I have nothing checked for facilities and maintenance. Yeah, but I don't even have those checked on mine. I'm trying to figure out why I only have Ben Eielson. I have 282,700. I have, secondary schools. I have more cut from there from somehow. Let's find out where it is. Reduced principals, activities, Hutchison, extended learning, library stays, support staff, safeties, Westcott pool, supply funding. Let me go back. I have one Hutchison. I'm sorry, guys. I have secretaries and safeties, nothing with library. I have Westcott, I have supplies done down, I have activities at 10%. And I have ELP 50% junior, senior. Why is my number different than yours? Because mine says 1.2. No, that's under secondary schools. My savings is 1.2, and it looked like Mr. DeGraal's was different. Can you? I only show a deficit when I click through mine of 186.
Is it exactly $300,000 off from that 900,200?
Possibly. I see secondary schools at 1.2 million on my savings. Maintaining PTR across the board. Reducing assistant principals.
What's the, President Marty, President Hardy?
Don't worry.
Sorry. What's your exact, could you list your exact number?
It says 1.2.
Oh, okay. Let's go line by line here.
PTR stays the same. Reduce assistant principals, increase activity coordinators.
Okay.
Extended learning program, maybe that's my,
There it is.
there it is, because it's not clicked.
Okay. So we would be reducing those. So yeah, we talked about that. I kind of saw an informal, unofficial consensus opposite of that.
No,
so
you're correct, and that's fine. So I just wanted to know why it is.
there it is.
So even with the illustration that I was trying to make, which is the one that I absolutely hate, is school closure wise, that deficit with TIC is in the millions. That's changing PTR. That's a huge deficit or asking for more. That deficit with Ben Eielson is 500,000. And I feel like we can find ways to cut away to get at that one and not at the other. So it is for that reason alone that if we have to close a school, it has to be Ben Eielson, Ms. Burnett.
In that scenario, if you cut the activities budget in secondary, you'll balance it.
Could you repeat that, Ms. Burnett?
If you cut activities funding to the 50%, that should balance it. You probably don't even got to go the full 50.
Correct. Yeah, it would just be.
There you go. Balanced budget. Not adding.
Ms. Maple.
We hadn't talked about the other options under facilities and maintenance. There's 2 additional reduction options that we had discussed last night for 200,000 in savings outside of custodial of contracting anything out.
First, can I have a motion to extend?
Move to extend till 11:30.
Second.
Could the administration please, because it was a long night last night, give us the realities of reducing FMD by 200,000?
Yeah, I'll start and then I'll kick it over to Andy since that's his world. Truly, when you add 200,000, that's I think we're up to $700,000 or $800,000 in administrative cuts because the intent from the board it sounds like is those targeted cuts within FMD is at that administrative level, and so we've talked about the impacts of schools, students, families. Feeling the impacts of those administrative cuts, and we would certainly feel it in the FMD world. In my superintendent report tonight, I talked about 2 emergencies that popped up just today that required several leaders to go to those schools and help with those emergencies, and that's not uncommon. Those things happen day in and day out, and we see what deferred maintenance and not handling maintenance issues does, and further cutting the F&D department just continues to snowball that issue. And so our buildings, fall further and further behind in terms of their maintenance, and that becomes a bigger issue down the road. And I'd love Andy to give his 2 cents as well.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Miner. So these buildings are the foundational, setting the table for where learning happens. I'm preaching to the choir here, obviously, and these are folks that are rolling up their sleeves and getting their hands dirty every single day. What is perceived, to be administrative level positions, they are. But as Dr. Miner mentioned, it's not an uncommon occurrence for them to be right in the trenches and in the moment of emergencies in the buildings. That obviously impacts, students, staff. And, in the moment, there's things like a flood that was today, that's maybe not, putting anybody in danger. However, as the deferred maintenance issues become bigger and bigger and bigger, we get into the arena, for example, North Pole High School, it's an HVAC situation. So losing heat in the middle of winter at 30 to 40 below, that starts to, become more serious of a situation. And that's true story. That's what we're grappling with right now. So, certainly, obviously, we're in a tough situation where we have to find cuts, but, the FMD department has been a focus of consistent, significant cuts over a long period of time. And it's just an unfortunate reality that we're faced with today. So, if the board is going to select a reduction there, I would just strongly urge it at the $100,000 level as opposed to the $200,000 level.
Mr. Doran.
I'm going to speak against further cuts to FMD. The emergencies today was along the same question I asked when we had some testimony a few weeks ago, that who do you call in? If it's during the day, who do we call? What's the backup? If it's at night, and I was one who got a call at 2 o'clock in the morning that the sprinkler had gone off in the building, boy, FMD was there, and we worked right through. It was extremely important. My concern is, as we have cut FMD on both levels, including the custodial, we have done that consistently over the last several years. As I walk through buildings, they are not as well kept. And it's not a lack of people trying. My concern is, especially as we look legitimately at one of the factors is the condition of our buildings. If we let them continue to deteriorate, we're going to be closing them and looking for finding some space for students. We really are in the situation of, I forgot the phrase. So, but my concern is that it's a very short-term look, and we're going to see even greater concerns about buildings. I think that having the staffing to take care of our buildings is extremely important for a learning environment and the responsiveness, which is why I'm not in favor of contracting out, because our custodial staff are responsive, our maintenance staff are responsive to our buildings, but the maintenance staff has been greatly curtailed in being able to do so. When I talk to people and I find out how long they're waiting, what they used to be able to count on, they can't. And it's not a reflection on the people's efforts, it's just we have cut them to the bone. And I would not be in favor of cutting them further.
Mr. DeGraw, then Mr. Burgess.
And just very briefly, what Mr. Doran just articulated is exactly right. Along with custodial ranks being reduced significantly, maintenance ranks have been reduced significantly. That creates a situation, as we saw today in both instances, where administrative non-rep staff are shoulder to shoulder with the maintenance staff. And depending on where maintenance employees are when an emergency happens, of course, you can't predict it. That dictates who arrives first, and then they converge, and really they're side by side with the sleeves rolled up, getting their hands dirty, and Mr. Doran articulated that very accurately.
Ms. Burnett.
I know we changed the ask, and I missed what we had put that to.
There, we moved it to 67 million.
I
So
would, so, go ahead, sorry, Mr.
Yeah, sorry, Ms. Burnett, just, I'm bouncing between the 60 and then the 67 that President Hardy has put on the table.
I am really uncomfortable going that far with an ask. If we want to up it beyond the 60, which we have been told 60 is about where we'll be, I wouldn't be more comfortable going any higher than 63 for the ask. That's just where I am.
I'm going to ask you to be succinct. Mr. Doran.
Okay, I'm going to argue to keep it at 60.
Ms. Marati.
I'm going to support 67. That's the max that the borough can give us under the tax cap within the tax and within the maximum amounts that they can give us by statute. And I said it last night and I'll say it again, the borough, I have confidence in the borough this year. I don't have a lot of confidence in the state right now, but I have a lot of confidence in the borough right now to come through and support the school district. And if they choose not to, they will see exactly how that impacts us. For once for however long I can think back, they've never been able to see directly what their decision is and how that impacts us. So I want to go with the 67 so that they know exactly what we need, which is what they've actually been asking for.
Mr. Burgess.
I will also support 67. I understand that in a way we're putting the borough in a tough spot, the assembly in a tough spot, and the mayor as well by asking for that, but we need to ask for it. We should have a contingency plan if that doesn't happen, but I strongly feel that you know, because the number that we put in this budget is tied to how much we can ask them for, I think we have to ask them for everything we can. And we're still under the maximum local contribution, so we're actually not asking them for everything they could legally give us. We're trying to be as realistic as we are, as possible, given the pressures that we are under. But we need to ask them for this. I mean, this budget, is bad as it is, it gets worse if we don't get this. I'm all for having a contingency plan and laying that out in as much detail as possible. You know, have our cut list, but I think that, you know, because this number is tied to the ask, I think we need to do it. I also just wanted to point out a couple quick things. If we have a consensus that we're closing Ben Eielson, we can cut a half of an FTE for a middle school ELP. There might be other things that could get cut too that we'd have to think about more, but and I would actually also support reducing the activities funding based on the scenario that we're seeing here.
President Hardy.
Mr. DeGraw.
Just to respond to that, under this scenario, Mr. Burgess, we had all 2.5 reduced under this scenario of this secondary ELP.
I think he means because Ben Eielson is a junior senior high, so they would have been covered underneath the junior high portion of ELP.
I wasn't clear when we had added that cut back in.
Yeah, I think it was just very recently under President Hardy's scenario is when that got reduced.
So my suggestion would be that we restore 2 middle school ELP teachers and cut half,
Right there.
1.5 FTE, and then we reduce activities funding
Okay, gotcha.
by 20%
Okay, so
at
there.
least.
Yes, apologize. Yeah, so I restored the 2 and I unclicked the 2.5 and then clicked the 0.5, so that maintains 2. And then activity funding. So, oops.
If we go to 20%, then that gets us to,
Pretty close.
yeah.
Mr. Doran.
In terms of the local contribution, I really feel that 67 is like reaching to the 680 on the state. And my concern is that, again, it's one time. We're asking them basically for everything. We do know that there's a large segment of the population who is of our local community who is not in favor of seeing money come to the education, and the assembly will be hard pressed. If it does not come through, we're in a real bind. And as much as I love to be optimistic, I realize that 680 from the state is too much for reach. Going to the 340, what we got last year, equivalent, I'm willing to go that risk. Going to the 60, I think that's a reasonable risk. That's up from what we asked last year, and we knew we were reaching for 59. I do believe that we have a very education-friendly, public education-friendly assembly, as we have overall with the community. But at the same time, they are under constraints, again, because of shortages from the state to municipal supports. We have a difficult tax cap, which as a not a growing community at this particular time is challenging. So there's a lot of optimism, and I'm really concerned that we really box ourselves in not only this year but next year. And as I said, I came in towards today's meeting with, I don't want to close schools. I'm going to vote no. But the reality is, we've got to. And we've got to close more than Ben Allison. In a certain sense, I look at Two Rivers. It's a small number of students. Yes, it's a travel of about 20 miles. We have another very small school that is not on our list. They would have a longer route to go. We already have busing from the Two Rivers community, and each of these schools are very difficult because it's like, oh, we're advocating to get rid of them, and that's not the case. It's the reality of what we're trying to look at. And so I think we're really doing an overage. I do see, I've got $750,000 that I could see us changing and would save us money. It still doesn't get us there. And I do have a question regarding schools and closing elementary. We've closed 3 elementary schools. We have 1 on the list. My concern is, do we have are we reaching a point of which we won't have classrooms in order to keep a lower PTR?
I don't think we're anywhere near that with the amount of capacity we have district-wide. So
Okay.
that should not be a fear at this time.
Okay, good. I just needed to ask.
Mhm.
So I'm going to still encourage us to look seriously at making the cut, the closures that we need, so that we don't have to be there next year.
Okay, I'm putting myself in the queue. I like to say, and I've said it quite often, my job's hard enough. I don't need to do other people's. I'm not going to do the Borough Assembly's work for them. We are the educational policy experts. They are the funding body. They have not had to cut anything in recent years. We have over $50 million. Is that entirely their fault? No, it's not. I could tell you a lot of reasons why our community has had to overcarry our education budget. The RLC is one of them. But we can't count on the state. And I said it last year in this boardroom when I asked for us to ask for 59, and we didn't. And I'm going to say it again. We can count on Fairbanks. I know the people that the community voted to elect to that assembly. I know that they campaigned on funding our schools. I know and trust that they will come through for us. But the community has a job to do too. The insurance policy in this, if they don't, which is not a good one, it's a nuclear option, as Ms. Burnett has said. If it comes down and the tax cap can't support funding our schools, PTR is the only cut left on the table. Let's be really clear. That is what will have to move to balance a budget. We will have to increase PTR in classrooms, and we can illustrate it here. We can move it down to 60 and look at just how much PTR we have to move in order to do that minimum local contribution that the borough, that Mayor Ward has suggested they could sustain underneath the current tax cap. Mr. DeGraw.
Yeah, and just a couple of board members have brought up, contingency plans. That's, I want to, several thoughts to try to have them organized as possible here. I've mentioned before, when we're reaching certain levels of the ask of the borough or assuming revenue from the state, obviously, it's the concept of, if those revenues don't come in, what's our contingency plan? The ship sails on a lot of the big levers here that administration pulled in the proposed budget. And so a couple of board members have mentioned PTR. Just want to make the board aware that May 15th is really a hard deadline for doing that. If we don't meet that deadline, then the district is committed contractually to certified staff. So that's an important date to remember. And so with the May 7th election, and we would have to.
We would have to make really drastic changes really fast. And we need to prepare our community if that's the way this board goes. Yeah, I'm on board that we might need to schedule a meeting already for May 8th. Our community has told us again and again and again, they value PTR. We can only do what we can do and prepare an educational sound budget. Our community has also told us that they want more time. We've got a strategic plan coming up. We've funded it within this budget. I am committed to giving my entire summer to the cause. We can't do more than what we're already doing. And the other alternative is we close another school. So that's where this board is going to have to decide tonight. Do we, Mr. Lopez?
Just for clarification, there's a lot of language currently right now. I know someone said there's consensus to close Ben Allison. Is the board closing Ben Allison?
Unfortunately, we haven't taken a vote, so I can't give you
Okay.
that. This will happen, and then will know. It's an
Okay.
awful process. I am
I understand.
apologize.
I understand. I'm just asking.
Mr. Doran.
I'm sorry, did you have more that you wanted to say before I go?
I think at this point we've all come close to saying our piece, and we're going to have to vote our conscience and make some motions at this point to what we can't. My understanding, administration and Mr. DeGraw, correct, that we're not actually going to vote on the final budget tonight. You need us to come back, but we will have to vote on the school closure. Or can you tell us the?
So my understanding is that's an action item on tonight's agenda. The yeah. So as far two separate topics, technically, I believe. On the topic of the budget, if there was consensus built informally around and we coalesce around a scenario similar to what's on the board right now, yes, my team could go to work tomorrow and have the documents set based on these numbers. There could be minor changes, and we could wrap up tomorrow. If we coalesce and arrive to something here tonight, very near official, it could be a 10-minute meeting tomorrow. So, but yeah, kind of what I mentioned before, the more certain we are here coming out of this evening, the more likely we are to finish in a timely fashion tomorrow. Did I answer your question, President
Kind
Hardy?
of follow up. The
Okay.
motion on the table is to approve the administration's budget. You're saying we need to lay that motion on the table until tomorrow.
Yes, I'm not a Robert's Rules of expert, but yes, that I would understand that we would have some kind of continuation. Not sure if that's the official term, but that we'd pick that up tomorrow in the special meeting.
Can you, Dr. Meinert? We're going to take a 5-minute recess while we make sure we know procedurally what we need to do. He's coming back. Um, I need a motion to extend.
Move to extend to midnight.
Second.
Um, so people are aware, where we're going from here now. I am going to allow Mr. Doran to make a motion. He can speak to it, and then before we vote, I'll speak to it. Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
Okay, given the lateness of the hour and the issues before us, I move that we recess this meeting and reconvene tomorrow at 5:30.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Well, eventually that will be what we need to do. Now is not the appropriate time, I feel, and we can make that a board vote. And I assume we can take that motion again, or do we need to lay it on the table if we vote?
Motion has been made and seconded, so you have to vote on it.
But we can make it again once it's voted down later. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. By making that motion now, our job is not done. We've had some people stick around, and we owe them an answer. And I think the board knows what we're going to do. And to Mr. Lopez's point, we don't need more time for that answer, and it's gutting, but that's doing the hard thing. So I would prefer that we vote this motion down, that we do lay the budget motion on the table and move on to school closure.
Point of order, we have a motion and
I'm speaking to that motion.
to that
Mr. Doran.
motion.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I would prefer. Then we vote on that motion, and then we move to reconvene. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this motion? Ms. Burnett.
I support everything you just said, Ms. Hardy. Thank you.
Mr. Doran.
I recognize the importance of what is still left on the agenda. There is no other motion right now on the table beside the recommended budget and the motion to recess. Given the time of day, these are really important, significant decisions, and I think we owe it not only to ourselves after 5.5 hours, but also to the listening public who may have been dwindling, but would be very interested in what we're saying and how we discuss it. So I am very concerned that given the hour, that the appropriate thing is to make sure that we do this with the greatest transparency tomorrow, given the importance of the issues at the table. So I am fully in support of recessing. Yes, our business is not done. We are not going to get it done all completed tonight. So that it's advisable for us to recess and reconvene tomorrow at 5:30.
Ms. Marati.
Thank you. So just to clarify, if we recess, then all items that we have not talked about then continue tomorrow. So we're not going to talk about item 3 nor 4 after we recess, if we recess.
That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I'll speak one more time. I strongly feel, looking out at our audience that has sat around and looking at our board member who has waited for us to make this decision, that reading the room, I think we know where a majority of the board is going to vote and go. And it makes more sense to be courageous and make that vote tonight than have everybody sit around till tomorrow. I think that I don't support putting it off one more night. And then we will pick up the necessary thing tomorrow. Ms. Maple.
I was under the impression that this is like a all-together thing. Are you is the suggestion that we vote specifically on the closure piece right now and figure out the rest of the details tomorrow? Because it's still not a balanced budget.
Good point, Ms. Maple. I would also suggest that we vote it down, we finish clicking the buttons. I think we know where we're close to at for a balanced budget and get the work done tonight so that, as Mr. DeGraw has said, we come back tomorrow and it is a formality. We are voting because what I did not understand going into this meeting is that we cannot technically pass the motion on the table tonight. He has to go have time with his staff to prepare the budget for us to officially vote. Otherwise, I would recommend that we vote it all tonight, but that is not possible. So we finish this to the point that we feel at the contribution that we feel is right, that the majority of the board wins the vote. But we can kind of read the room. And if school closures is a part of that decision, then we vote that tonight and give people closure and not make them wait till tomorrow.
And then finish the rest tomorrow. Okay.
Ms. Marati.
I apologize. So I thought when I said if we recess, everything goes to tomorrow. But now you're saying that item 3 will still remain tonight.
I am recommending we do not recess.
Oh.
That Mr. Doran asked to make, he has the right to make a motion, and the board can vote it down. So a yes vote means we recess, and there is work left on the table. There is still a school closure vote, and there is a vote that we cannot make procedurally left on the table. Mr. Doran.
To the motion on the table to recess. If we recess, it means we pick up tomorrow at the exact same point we are here. The motion for item 4 on our regular meeting agenda, Tuesday agenda, it continues this meeting. So the recommended action on the recommended budget will take place tomorrow. Action on the separate closure issue, if we close a school, would take place tomorrow, as so we can meet deed requirements on that. But if we just simply pick up tomorrow on our agenda and our conversation, our discussion, from this point, we pick it up tomorrow and continue.
Ms. Burnett.
Thank you, President Hardy. So I said this last night. I went to work today on 2.5 hours of sleep. If people don't know, work in radio, I'm at work by 6:05 most days. We came here to do a job. The principal of Ben Eielson is sitting here in our audience, and I know that he wants to know what in the world is going on with his school. We finish this. We should take action on the school, recess till tomorrow, and then come back and do the formality, and whatever amendments we need to make, we can do tomorrow. But I agree, we need to do this vote. We need to let the public know what we are planning with the schools. And I'm willing to be here to do that on no sleep, knowing I'm not going to get any more sleep going into tomorrow's workday either.
Seeing no further comments on this motion, please correct me if I'm wrong. The motion is to recess until tomorrow. A yes vote will end this discussion now. A no vote will defeat the motion. The board will continue its work. Any questions? Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez.
No.
Mrs. Burnett.
No.
Miss Maple.
No.
Mr. Burgess.
No.
Miss Marati.
No.
Mr. Doran.
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
We are back to the motion on the table. I would recommend that the board does what it needs to balance this budget with local revenue and if we need to make motions to gain consensus, we can do that at this time. Currently, the local revenue is set at 13 million and there is still 38,200 in cuts to make. Can you tell us, because there was a lot of things that were moved, is the activities piece? Yeah, can you review where we're at? That would be most helpful.
Yeah, that'd be great. Revenue straight, we understand 67 million total local contribution and a state revenue assumption of the 340 additional. So status quo revenue on the state side to proposed budget. So elementary schools, we are maintaining kindergarten PTR at 25. We are maintaining current year PTR in grades 1 through 5 at 25. We are reducing a total of 7 of the 8 ELP teachers in the elementary arena. We're reducing 1 Barnett FTE. Oh, I failed to acknowledge the Alaska Reads Act revenue on the revenue side. There's the corresponding expenditures, the $1 million, and then we added the $82,000 in screening expenses as well to be covered by Alaska Reads Act revenue. And just side note on that, in the event that Alaska Reads Act revenue does not materialize, we'd have to find that $82,000. Kindergarten aides, we are restoring all kindergarten aides back to the full 34. No change to library associates. We're reducing discretionary supply budgets in elementary schools by 50%. We are reducing half of the elementary level ELP supply allocations. We are reducing activity funding at elementary schools by 50%. Secondary, we are restoring PTR back to 27, current year level. We're restoring high school PTR back to 30, current year level. We're reducing 2 FTE high school assistant principals. We are increasing a 1.0 FTE in activity coordinators at high schools. We are reducing 0.5 of the 2.5 total middle school ELP teachers. We are reducing 1 FTE teacher at Hutchinson High School. No change to librarians. Support staff, we are decreasing high school grade 6 secretaries, 3 FTE. Safety assistant status quo to the proposed budget. No change to library assistants. We're reducing the full Westcott pool fee as well as the full FTE swim aid at North Pole Middle School. And then supply budgets are being reduced by 50% at all secondary schools, discretionary level. And then activity funding is decreased by 20% at high schools and middle schools. ELP supplies are being reduced by 50% in secondary schools. Actually, specifically high schools, not middle schools. In the alternative programs section, we are taking advantage of $225,000 in tuition savings at North Star College. We're reducing 1 FTE North Star College teacher. We are implementing a van in the SMART program. We are reducing $20,000 in reentry assessment fees. In district administration, we're reducing $10,000 of board travel. We are reducing $700,000 in the curriculum budget. We're reducing the equivalent of a teacher laptop payment is how we'll rephrase that, of $386,000. We are reducing a total of $500,000 in ADC expenditures. In school closures, we are closing Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School. Maintaining current staffing and custodial. And then eliminating the transportation subsidy of $800,000 from the general fund to the transportation fund. I believe that summarizes the adjustments.
Ms. Maradi?
Is this when I can make a motion?
Yes.
Can I move to reduce FMD reductions by 100,000 and
That budget.
I know, and add the activities funds for We the People and National History Day. That gives us a $17,800 surplus, and the activities funds go directly to the students and their activities.
Second.
Mr. DeGraw, does that reflect the actual surplus for what Ms. Maradi proposed?
Based on the laundry list I just rattled off for the board, I just made those two adjustments, adding, so it would have been a total of 120. Let's see, we reduced 100,000 and then added 22, so as a net decrease in costs of $78,000.
She asked for both.
Both of them. Okay, missed that one.
Mr. Doran?
Question for clarification through the chair to the maker of the motion. If a school does not field a We the People or a National History Day team, what happens to that money? What's your intent?
I believe we already had this conversation about other activities in hockey, and then that if there's no one, and it's similar to the van driver, if there's no person to facilitate it, then there's no person to facilitate it. The intent is there.
Mr.
Follow-up.
Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
Okay. My concern is that it is specified. So that was our previous conversation was not to specify. We could have the intent, but they could still use it for other activity if they would want. But by specifying it in the motion, then that's the only thing it can be used for.
Mr. Doran?
Okay. Then I would move to divide the question, since they're very separate categories. I would do it into two. One is FMD, divided into the FMD question, and then the activity question. It's not really an amendment. It's just divide it. So still needs a second, I believe.
I'll second.
The new motion on the table is the motion to divide the original motion. So let me explain the motion. That would mean if the motion passes, we will consider separately a 100,000 reduction to FMD and then addition of We the People and History Day as two separate motion questions. So a yes vote will divide the motion. A no vote will leave the motion intact as Ms. Maradi stated. there any debate on this motion? Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
I can clarify again.
Sorry.
The motion is to divide the question. If that motion, if you vote yes, then it separates the two motions, and it separates Ms. Marati's one motion into two motions, and we will now have to vote on reducing FMD by 100,000, and then talking about adding in We the People and National History Day as their own separate motions. So that would be a yes vote. A no vote would vote down the motion to divide the question, and we would be back to the original motion as stated, which is a reduction of FMD and an addition of those two activities.
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yeah.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
No.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Ms. Marati, as the maker of the original motion, is there one motion you would prefer we consider before the other?
We have without the reduction, we can't, it wouldn't make sense to make the addition.
Wanted to clarify. The new motion on the table that we'll start with then is the motion to reduce 100,000 from the Facilities Maintenance Department. Is there any debate on this motion? Mr. Doran?
I'm just going to reaffirm the concerns that we're already very short-handed in addressing the needs of our buildings, and I don't think this is advisable in that regard.
Mr. Burgess?
I don't disagree with Mr. Doran that this is a tough cut for FMD. I do think that it's yet another in a long line of tough decisions that need to be made, and quite frankly, if we don't get more funding from the state within the next year, we don't have any option. We're not going to be able to run a district anymore. So we have to cut. We have to try and buy time. I'm going to support the motion.
Seeing no further, I will say it's really hard, but I'm not in support of cutting from FMD, and that, I don't know. That one's a tough one, but I will not be voting in support of that motion. No other debate. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
No.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
The next motion on the table is the addition of We the People and the National History Day to the activities budget. And being mindful that will increase the deficit. Ms. Burnett.
Being mindful that this is going to affect the deficit. So originally I had proposed an increase of 10%. Well, honestly, I wanted the We the People National History Day, all the hockey funding. It's no secret. I 100% support activities and extracurricular activities, co-curricular activities. Doing this cut, this 20%, I know that I originally proposed it in, but this is not in the best interest of students. Hockey aside, if we make this cut, we will destroy more programs. And I truly don't think that's beneficial either. And so for the sake of our students and the activities we currently have funded, I would really like to keep that. I don't disagree. We should add money for We the People and National History Day. So I'm back at we should probably just go ahead and either keep the status quo or add 10%. Well, right, that's just what I'm in favor of. I don't know what the process is shared to that, but then I would move to make it back to 10%.
So that would be a separate motion. We need to deal with the motion on the table of voting up or down just a single addition. Ms. Maple. Is there any further debate on this motion? Mr. Doran.
Yeah, I'm going to vote against it. And my concern is primarily that it's a very specific motion and may or may not be workable in all school situations on this. And then that leaves that money out there. So that's why I'm against, particularly why I'm against this motion at this time.
So seeing no further debates, we will call the roll. A yes vote will add We the People and Natural History Day coordinators to the budget. A no vote will not. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
I will remind people that that does not mean that those can't be added in some other way. It didn't mean that it meant that particularly as a single motion adding them, we can still balance the budget. It's not defeating an item. It is defeating a specific, and especially when we separated the question, it made it procedurally not great. Ms. Burnett.
With full understanding, this puts us back into a deficit. I move to add 10% to activities funding.
Second.
Mr. Doran.
Through the chair, could I ask a question for clarification?
Yes.
In terms of adding 10%, that's to add 10% to the status quo versus 10% to the 20% reduction. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Doran.
With that clarification, I'm going to vote against it. Again, it's adding to the deficit rather at this time when we're trying to reduce the deficit. And we've already cut elementary and we're now adding to the activities, and we're adding to the secondary activities. They're good things, but again, adding to the deficit at this time when we have bigger consequences at stake.
Can you move to extend?
Move to extend to 12:30.
Second.
I need a minute to find a cut, but I will speak to the motion. I am in support of adding activities back in, but we need to find how we're going to balance that. And I would prefer having a minute to look through to find those cuts and some processing time. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Now we are back on air.
All right. So the question was asked earlier of current balance of equipment replacement fund. I mentioned there were some Chromebook purchases outstanding, a $2.7 million balance, and then had some Chromebook purchases outstanding. That is accurate. Just want there to be an accurate understanding. The amount left remaining, combined with the assumption of making a purchase of teacher laptops, would drain the account to zero. So there would be no funds left in the equipment replacement fund for FY25. Just wanted full awareness and full disclosure on the current situation on the equipment replacement fund.
Thank you. Can someone remind me? The motion on the table was to add back in all of the activity, 10% increase to activities funds, which in essence with intent language is the specific add-ons that Ms. Burnett and others have asked for. Are there people who would like to speak to that motion? Ms. Burnett.
Just as stated earlier, after a lot of thought process with this, I worry for other activities, not just sports, but I'm talking our music programs and any art programs we may have that fall under this category. If we cut this, we will have a big impact on that. We will lose programs. We will force programs to cut themselves entirely, or this will foot more cost upon parents. And as somebody who is already paying a high bill for my child to play a sport, I can do that. I choose to let my kid play hockey because I can do that. I don't think it's fair to have when we already have a budget, I don't think it's fair to cut it and cost student outcomes. Sorry, I'm tired, I'm trying. And to cost students those outcomes because these activities are actually very important. Adding this 10% will allow us to budget for We the People, National History Day, teacher sponsorship. I understand this is, it just goes in, and just the intention language through the admin is cool, but this 10% will allow for that intention language. It will keep programs that we already have running and will not cost our students more than what's already being cost to them, if that makes sense. Sorry.
Mr. Doran?
Given our deficits and such, I'm not in support of this. It is actually a shift in our previous conversation of about just shy of $400,000. This, we had activities funding at a 20% cut, which is $258,000, and now we're shifting to a 10% increase, which adds another 129. So that's almost $400,000 in adding to our deficit at this point. And so I am not in favor of this, of adding to that deficit at this time.
Mr. Burgess?
I think activities are really important for our students. I also think that every other cut that we're making in this budget is really important to our students. And I can't support increasing activities fundings when we're cutting ELP and classroom teachers and secretaries. I need to know what the trade-off is before I can support this. Yeah, thanks.
I guess I'll speak to it. I don't know that I can get behind the whole number, and I'll get to the motion I'd like to make in just a second. But I do know in that break, well, I couldn't find all the savings I wanted. I was able to find or hear, there's a grant opportunity that if we realized, and it sounds very likely that we will, that would save us 10,000. The activities budget actually is an overestimate because if we close a high school, there aren't activities at that high school. So there's around 30,000 there, or some piece of it. And we could further reduce our assessments by around 10,000. And when you add up all the activities that we'd like to add, really all you need is it's 121. And I don't even know that we could do that full amount, but understanding that I think Ms. Burnett has brought up a lot of points about hockey and something that's valuable to her. If we increased the activities budget by a smaller amount, that might allow our hockey parents to be able to participate. I was a person who couldn't afford, if I were in school today, my family would not have been able to afford me to play the sports that I played. We could increase it by less than an amount of 10%, but still increase it by some amount. And then we would be back down to our original $38,000 deficit plus 20 to 50,000. Ms. Burnett.
I'm just begging the board to not cut that. It was a mistake to put it in.
I don't mean to make you clarify, but could you? Because
I should have never introduced a cut to activities. I'm sorry, this is the point I will die on. Activities are important to our students and everything that they offer, and that's more than just sports. I know everyone thinks I'm a crazy hockey mom. It's more than just sports. I don't want to see this cut. I don't want to see more programs where some of our programs already are. So if that means it gets no more funding, fine, but keep it status quo. I would rather see it status quo and just have what we have and not cost any more students.
I would say at this, unless I will amend the motion to, instead of increase activities by 10%, to maintain activities at status quo. A yes vote would maintain, and I need a second.
Second.
Sorry. Thank you. A yes vote would maintain activities at status quo. A no vote would return us to the original, to the original motion of increasing activities by 10%. Is there any debate? Ms. Maple? Yes, so I made a motion to amend. Instead of increasing activities by 10%, we are moving to amend to maintain activities at status quo. Just that. We go back to activities having no change at all. Ms. Burnett had offered reducing them by 20%, so we're maintaining them at status quo. A yes vote means the amendment carries and we maintain activities at status quo. That we're still at a deficit. Yep. Mr. DeGraw.
Just to connect those dots, I for a moment was like, where were we? We were prior at a 20%. Whoops, I apologize. We were at a 20% cut is where we were at. So there's the difference. If board members recall the $38,000 deficit, how do we get up to there? It's because we were prior we were at a 20% cut. Now we're at status quo. That is a $296,000 deficit now.
Mr. Burgess.
I just, the procedural thing, can the vote on the amendment carry the main motion?
Yes, I believe it can, because it's an amended motion. So then, Mr. Doran.
The answer is yes, but for clarity, I think we should talk about it. Basically, it's the main amendment because that's an amendment itself. And I think the chair could rule that it would carry that amendment because it's within the same exact category.
Okay. Any further debate on this motion? Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Just what I would
sorry, go ahead.
suggest for the chair is just to clarify for the public that the amendment to the amendment will carry the main amendment.
The amendment to the amendment will carry, and it's not even, will carry the main amendment. I'm not going to split those hairs. So if this vote is successful, activities funding will remain status quo. A yes vote maintains activities at status quo. A no vote votes down the amendment, and we return to the prior motion of increasing activities funding by 10%. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
No returns us to talking about 10%.
Ms. Maradi,
A yes vote maintains status quo. A no vote goes back to amendment. And we have to vote on the amendment. Okay. A yes vote on this motion carries the main motion and remains activities status quo. A no vote returns us to the prior amendment, prior motion, which is to increase activities by 10%.
No.
Mr. Dorn,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Ms. Maple,
Would you like me to repeat? A yes vote carries activities at status quo. A no vote will return us to voting up or down an increase of 10%.
Status quo. And then we can continue the conversation. Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Mr. Doran.
Okay. Two procedural questions. One that I've got a concern about right now is that we can make we've been making adjustments within the suggestions as we, I'm just cautious about getting bogged down in a lot of amendments at this point. I know we have a lot of thoughts. I still am very concerned about the hour that we're doing this, but my other procedural question is that comment in voting down a recess of this meeting was that I believe people wanted to make a definitive decision on school closure. We have not done that. And so I'm just asking the chair, what's your pleasure and how we address, if we want to address that tonight or tomorrow?
I still believe the consensus of the board is that we would like to figure this out so that when we come back tomorrow, and the board is welcome to chime in if that has changed. My decision on school closure has not changed. It is still there. What I feel we are debating is where we get roughly $300,000 from, because that is the deficit currently on the table. And really, from talking, there is a small amount of like 20,000 we could cut off that, which isn't enough. Like, it's ridiculous that thousands of dollars is not a significant cut. But we know at this point, yes, Ms. Maple.
I was going to suggest that as an option, we could make a motion specific to school closures and then be able to recess to figure out the more, the minutia rather tomorrow. Is that what you were getting at? Okay.
Ms. Burnett looks like she has something. Ms. Burnett.
I just wanted to support what Meredith was saying.
An appropriate motion at this time would be a motion to lay the item number 4 on the table, and then we would pick it up off the table tomorrow, and then we could move to item 3 and take action. Mr. Doran.
If I understand whatever early or conversation and reordering is item number 3 is an affirmation once we're done within the budget that we're still within item 4 dealing with that amendment, that recommended budget motion, that if we want to formalize that decision regarding at least one of the schools, we should do that tonight, as you'd suggested, and that's really my intent of raising the question: what are we trying to do? If you wanted it, if you want a decision tonight on a school, we should make that as a clear motion. It's within the budget. We'll come back to finish our budget conversations.
Mr. Doran, that is the thing that the board is proposing, that we lay item number 4 is our budget. That is a motion that we cannot vote on tonight. We procedurally, I guess we could call it something other than lying on the table. We can postpone to a time certain, which would be tomorrow at 5:30 in a reconvened meeting. I am fine with that motion as well. And then we will pick up agenda item number 3 for action.
Okay, not to be argumentative, or but it is just for clarity, you can do a motion to amend 3, or the recommended budget. We can do that staying within that. Otherwise, yes, you can set that 3, postpone it completely. That's pleasure of the board.
Mr. Burgess.
My suggestion would be that we vote on the school closures as line items in the budget under item 4 on the agenda, and then move forward tomorrow with the rest of it.
I am okay with moving within line item number 4, but then I also believe we need to pick up item number 3 and make it final.
Tomorrow.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, I am absolutely in agreement with you. We can do item 3 tomorrow. We're just continuing our meeting. And there could be further motions that would affect that one within the budget. So we're not ignoring it. We're not trying to avoid the hard work. We would continue tomorrow, but you could give a school a decision tonight.
Mr. Doran, is the intent thinking that the board may add another school to that motion number 3, or your intent behind not voting on 3?
No, we will vote on 3 tomorrow. I understand that procedurally, we have to vote on 3 at some point, because I understand procedurally DEED wants a separate thing regarding that. Right now, we're dealing with the budget. We can do that. You can do a motion to amend with closing a school within the budget, assuming then that's passed tomorrow, or whenever we do our recommended budget, that would be part of that. And then we're just finalizing, reaffirming for deed purposes as more of a procedural thing than anything else.
To the administration, is there any reason to delay finalizing voting on 3 for tomorrow? That's what I'm not understanding.
There's no reason to necessarily delay number 3. D just needs a significant action item from the board that shows they've taken specific action to close a school or schools.
Mr. Doran?
Through the chair, just clarification from the administration. There's no reason to delay it. There's no reason to do it now. We can do it tomorrow. We're still well with, or when we finish our budget, we're still well within a timely manner.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Burnett?
An hour ago, we voted to make this happen. Let's make this happen.
Well, in agenda item number 4, I'll do it, guys. Move to close Ben Eielson Junior and Senior High.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
I move to postpone to a time certain the motion to approve the fiscal year 2025 Fairbanks North Star Borough district budget to tomorrow at 5:30.
Second.
Mr. Doran?
I may be wrong on this, but I would suggest that I guess I would say, move to recess and reconvene tomorrow, this meeting tomorrow at 5:30.
I would not be in agreement. I believe we need to have the vote for number 3 and do it now. We've already done it once. We need to finish the job.
I second that.
This need to be second. So in order for that to happen, we need to move off of the current motion. Postponing it to a time certain is an appropriate motion to allow us to take it up again tomorrow in a reconvened meeting.
So move.
I made the motion, so
Second.
second. Is there any debate on the motion? Mr. Doran?
I appreciate the intent, and I do have a concern that, well, I guess it's really with what happens next, so I'm not in favor of this. I think it's confusing the issues.
Any other debate? Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, would you please call, well, let me first explain. A yes vote postpones our final budget vote till tomorrow, and then we can pick up the reordered agenda. A no vote leaves us on the motion currently. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
The next item on our agenda is the approval of school closures of Tixika Brown Elementary School and Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School at the end of the 2023 school year. May I have a motion?
Move to approve closure of Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School at the end of the 23-24 school year.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Mr. Doran?
I'm going to vote no on it because I think, again, it's, given the intent of this agenda item was to meet a deed requirement, and we have not yet finished the budget which impacts this. The budget may or may not actually reflect this action, so I think it's too early for us to take this action. And this is a procedural motion to satisfy deed requirements, which are appropriate. But I think that it's greatly impacted by the budget. And until we finalize our budget, it's too early to make this decision.
Seeing none, I will say deed requires us to take clear and specific action on a school closure. We've already had a motion that clearly shows that that's intent of the board. We've also had hours and hours of discussion even tonight, and it does not sound like a majority of the board would vote to close another school. I can see no reason in delaying this vote and causing confusion in our community. This is clear and specific action. It is finishing the job. And then tomorrow we figure out how to balance $400,000 deficit, because I don't think anyone will be voting to close a school to balance that deficit. Is there any further debate on this motion? A yes vote will satisfy the requirement of deed to close Ben Eielson High School at the end of this school year. A no vote will defeat the motion. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez.
No.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Ms. Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
At this point, I would ask that we recess until tomorrow at 5:30.
Second.
We are-
Objection.
Mr. Doran, would you like to speak to your objection?
Yes, I would suggest that we do actually a motion to recess and reconvene. I know it's a small point, but I think in terms of parliamentary procedure, it's the appropriate one, because as of right now, otherwise we
That's
don't.
perfectly fine, Mr. Doran. We will make a motion to recess and reconvene. Is that the correct language? Tomorrow at 5:30. I make that motion.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? A yes vote, we reconvene. A no vote, we continue. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Ms. Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
We are recessed till tomorrow at 5:30.